Chapter 2359. No one had thought that someone would be able to unite the factions of the outer endless sea and threaten the clear moon continent. That night, countless living beings stood in the darkness on the surface of the outer endless sea. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as not a single person made a single sound. Up in the sky, Jiu Fei couldn't help nodding his head in satisfaction. "Master, I'm afraid it's difficult to shake the Southern Heaven Supremacy's ruling position in the clear moon continent with just this amount of strength." A middle-aged man in a daoist robe stood beside Jiu Fei. He was Jiu Fei's right-hand man, the Iron-blood daoist. "How would you know without trying?" Jiu Fei said indifferently. His eyes were particularly bright in the darkness, like two cold stars in the darkness. "The moon is high up in the sky, it's time. Let's begin." Jiu Fei passed down the order to the Iron-blood daoist. Following this, the Iron-blood daoist and the 12 bandits behind Jiu Fei immediately charged forward and landed in front of the countless living beings that were lined up neatly on the surface of the sea. Soon, the 12 bandits split up with a portion of the living beings. They would attack the clear moon continent from different directions at the same time. Meanwhile, the Iron-blood daoist personally led Jiu Fei's 5,000 soldiers toward the clear moon continent. He did not conceal his powerful murderous intent at all. As they approached the clear moon continent, the sound of a horn was immediately heard from a pass that connected the clear moon continent to the outer endless sea. One figure after another soared into the sky from the pass, charging towards the oncoming Iron-blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. However, reality was cruel. These people were no match for the Iron-blood Taoist and the 5,000 warriors. The Iron-blood daoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged forward with an unstoppable momentum. Those who dared to stand in their way were all crushed into a bloody mist, their bodies and souls destroyed. Kill. The Iron-blood daoist led the 5,000 soldiers and charged into the pass. He then proceeded straight toward a city not far away from the pass. Loud shouts rang out from within the Moonview city. Groups of armored soldiers rushed out from within the city. Their bodies emitted a murderous aura. This was a troop of battle soldiers that had seen blood before. Otherwise, these battle soldiers wouldn't have such a strong murderous aura. Under the leadership of a middle-aged divine general, the soldiers of the Moonview city rose into the air and lined up above the city. They wanted to form a square formation and wait for the arrival of the strong enemy. They already received the news that the entrance to the vast moon region ahead was already breached by the enemy. As was imagined, numerous figures soon appeared in the skyline ahead. An extremely powerful chili chi swept over from the front, causing the middle-aged immortal general in Moonview City to change his face greatly. What kind of person could have such a terrifying murderous aura? Kill. Without any hesitation, the Iron-blood daoist commanded the 5,000 warriors to charge through the skies towards the phalanx of the warriors of Moonview City. Boom! This was a huge collision that shook the void. However, the situation was completely one-sided. The phalanx of Moonview City's soldiers that the divine general led was smashed apart in an instant. Countless soldiers turned into a mist of blood in an instant, both their bodies and souls destroyed. The Iron-blood daoist also made his move. With a single move, he took the head of the divine general of Moonview City. Can't even withstand a single blow. The Iron-blood daoist threw the head of the divine general away and charged into Moonview City. In less than an hour, the Moonview City had a new master. Without stopping, the Iron-blood daoist led the 5,000 warriors and continued to charge forward. Wherever they passed, cities were destroyed one after another. Fresh blood dyed his robe red. Every time a city was taken down, the people behind would take over another city. The forces in the outer endless sea became the strength to consolidate the results of the battle. Haha, this feels great. Following behind the Iron-blood daoist were the Devil Sky Pirates. At this moment, Luo Xiao was bursting with joy. He did not even dare to imagine that he would be able to take over the cities of the Clear Moon continent. But now, such a thing was actually happening. Master is indeed powerful. At this rate, the Clear Moon continent will have a new master before daybreak. Thinking of Jiu Fei's methods, Luo Xiao could not help but be impressed. Boom! Just as Luo Xiao was following the Iron Blood Daoist closely, a loud noise was heard in front of them. An extremely powerful wave of energy came from the front. What's going on? Luo Xiao was extremely shocked. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked ahead. There was a big city 1,000 miles away. At this moment, there were two powerful figures fighting in the sky above the big city. There's actually someone who can stop the Iron Blood Daoist. Luo Xiao was in disbelief. He knew very well that the Iron Blood Daoist was a sage and was extremely powerful. Even in the entire Clear Moon continent, he was almost invincible. At this moment, the 5,000 battle soldiers got into a battle formation and stopped high up in the sky. In front of the 5,000 battle soldiers, there was a dense crowd of people standing there. They were tens of thousands of warriors wearing godly armor and holding long spears. Could that be one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, Peerless City? Luo Xiao mumbled to himself. There were 10 ancient cities in the Clear Moon continent. Each city had a population of millions, and more than 80% of the cultivators in the Clear Moon continent were gathered there. Only the 10 great ancient cities could send out tens of thousands of warriors. The other cities definitely did not have such resources. Very well, I've finally met an opponent I've imagined. In the sky above the ancient city, the Iron Blood Daoist and the man exchanged a blow, before both of them were sent flying. Who are you? How dare you stir up trouble? In front of the Iron Blood Daoist was a middle-aged godly general in purple armor. The godly general's armor was faintly covered in godly runes, emitting a powerful godly force. The Clear Moon continent is going to change. I advise you to forsake the darkness and join the light. The Iron Blood Daoist said. What did you say? The godly general was instantly enraged. He was the city lord of Peerless City, and also the disciple of the South Heaven Divine Lord. How could he not be angry when he heard the Iron Blood Daoist say such disrespectful words? Surrender is the only way out for you. The Iron Blood Daoist looked at the Peerless City Lord calmly and said, You deserve to die. The Peerless City Lord was infuriated. He immediately swung the halberd in his hand and charged at the Iron Blood Daoist. Every swing of the halberd would emit a divine glow that seemed to be able to tear the void apart. Clang! The Iron Blood Daoist was incomparably domineering. He used the Phoenix Tribulation to block the halberd and spat out a mouthful of true Phoenix fire at the Peerless City Lord. The true Phoenix fire was incomparably domineering. Wherever the true Phoenix fire shrouded, the void was destroyed silently. Whoosh! The Peerless City Lord quickly backed away. However, no matter how fast he backed away, his right hand was still burned by the true Phoenix fire. His arm was immediately engulfed by the true Phoenix fire. Roar! The Peerless City Lord let out a furious roar and swung the halberd in his hand, chopping off his entire right arm. The arm that was chopped off by the Peerless City Lord was burned into ashes by the divine Phoenix fire within a few breaths' time, disappearing into the void. Sage! The Peerless City Governor broke out in cold sweat from the pain, but the divine power in his body was vast. The muscles on his right shoulder were growing rapidly, and his bones were reconstructed. Soon, a new arm appeared before everyone's eyes. At his level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood. Surrender or not? The Iron Blood Daoist did not follow up with another attack. He wanted to give the Heavenly General a chance. Humph! Impossible. The Peerless City Lord said coldly. He was the disciple of the Southern Heaven Supremacy. How could he surrender? The people that ruled the 10 great ancient cities were all the Southern Heaven Supremacy's trusted subordinates. Very well, then there's no other way. The Iron Blood Daoist said. He did not want to kill the Peerless City Lord, but the Peerless City Lord was unwilling to surrender. He had no choice but to kill him. So what if you're a sage? I can still kill you in the human realm. The Peerless City Lord let out a furious roar and charged forward with the halberd in his hand. Divine runes appeared on the halberd as a powerful wave of divine power burst out from it. Buzz! The rift trembled as the Peerless City Lord attacked with all his might. He raised the halberd and swung it down at the Iron Blood Daoist. A sacred weapon? The Iron Blood Daoist squinted his eyes. He raised the phoenix tribulation in his hand and swung it upwards. 9 phoenix Tao runes burst out from the phoenix tribulation and turned into 9 godly phoenixes. Each godly phoenix emitted an extremely powerful true phoenix fire. The fire burned the sky as if 9 real fiery phoenixes had appeared between the heavens and earth. The divine fire burned the rift red. The Tao runes on the halberd flickered wildly. The raging fire lit up the entire heavens and earth. Even from a few thousand li away, the flames could be seen in the sky above the peerless city. The peerless city lord's hands that were holding the halberd were scorched, but he still clenched his teeth and swung at the iron blood daoist. The 9 fiery phoenixes were knocked away by the divine Tao energy emitted from the halberd. Clang! The halberd in the peerless city lord's hand struck the phoenix tribulation fiercely. Then, the halberd was knocked high into the sky by the phoenix tribulation. What a pity! The iron blood daoist felt his arm tremble. A few cuts appeared on his right hand that was holding the phoenix tribulation. Blood was seeping out. At this moment, the 9 fiery phoenixes that were knocked away by the halberd rushed back and rushed into the peerless city lord's body. Master, I can't serve you anymore. Wushuang city lord bellowed. Boom! With a bang, his entire body exploded, turning into a ball of divine fire. His muscles, bones, flesh, and even his divine soul were burned to ashes by the true phoenix fire. The iron blood daoist didn't say anything. The divine fire turned back into 9 fiery phoenixes and flew back into the phoenix tribulation. The tens of thousands of peerless soldiers were shocked to see their commander die. There was a commotion. Then, without a commander to lead them, the peerless soldiers were defeated by the 5,000 soldiers. Chapter 2360. Jiyu Fei's 5,000 soldiers were incomparably powerful. Their flesh was tempered by endless spiritual qi, making their flesh as strong as a quasi-sacred weapon. Although there were only 5,000 of them, they were far stronger than an army of thousands. The iron blood daoist led the strongest soldiers and swept across a distance of over 10,000 li wherever he went. There was nothing that could stop him. Even the peerless city, one of the 10 great ancient cities of the Clear Moon continent, was conquered by the iron blood daoist. However, the millions of living beings in the city did not cause a huge commotion. The iron blood daoist had only conquered peerless city. The next group to occupy peerless city was Luo Xiao's Devil Sky Pirates. The Devil Sky Pirates were no longer the same Devil Sky Pirates that had not submitted to Jiyu Fei in the past. Luo Xiao did not dare to let his men plunder wantonly, as it was something that Jiyu Fei did not want to see. The process of occupying peerless city was not as smooth as it seemed. There was some resistance in the city, but the resistance was soon suppressed. As the iron blood daoist continued to lead the 5,000 soldiers to attack the South Heaven Divine Palace in the center of the Clear Moon continent, the 12 forces that had invaded the Clear Moon continent from other places were also surrounding the South Heaven Divine Palace. Although the Clear Moon region was very vast, it did not seem to be a difficult thing for Jiyu Fei and the others to take down this great continent. The South Heaven Divine Palace was protected by the 10 great divine cities and was the heart of the continent. As long as they conquered the South Heaven Divine Palace, the Clear Moon continent would change. I didn't expect to see such a person in this divine city. At this moment, Zhu Guliang was in the sky above a divine city, fighting against a young man in silver armor. Powerful ripples spread out in all directions, shocking everyone in the divine city. It had been many years since something like this had happened. The minds of the living beings in the divine city went blank as they witnessed the battle in the sky. Where did this guy come from? How dare he target me, the heaven-warring emperor? The young god yelled while fighting Zhu Guliang. He was the city lord of the godly city, and one of the top 10 disciples of Supremacy South Heaven. The top 10 disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were conferred the title of Shen King by Hierarch Southern Heaven. Each Shen King was assigned to guard a city. These 10 city lords were the 10 Shen Kings of the Clear Moon continent apart from Hierarch Southern Heaven. The city lord of Peerless City who was killed by the Iron Blood Daoist was the Peerless Emperor, and this young man was the War Emperor. Humph! What arrogance! You actually dare to call yourself the War God? Even I don't dare to use such a title. Zhuge Liang said disdainfully. While they were talking, The two experts were moving quickly in the sky. Colorless divine light was flowing on the 5-colored feather fan in Zhu Guliang's hand. This was the power of the 5 elements. Zhu Guliang waved the 5 elements feather fan in his hand. 5 elements Dao runes appeared on the feather fan, and the power of the 5 elements turned into 5-colored divine flames that burned toward the War Emperor. The War Emperor was holding a divine weapon in his hand. It was the yin-yang scissors. Under the War Emperor's control, 2 dragons, one black and one white, rushed out of the yin-yang scissors and leaped thousands of meters into the air, intertwining as they cut toward Zhu Guliang. The 2 masters were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. High up in the sky, the countless living beings brought by Zhu Guliang formed a battle formation and confronted the war soldiers of Heaven Warring City. Both camps were filled with murderous intent. In fact, the role of the war soldiers did not play a decisive role in this battle. With the cultivation of Zhu Guliang and the War Emperor, even if they were facing thousands of soldiers, they would not panic. No matter how many war soldiers there were, it would not be enough for them to kill. The outcome of this battle would be decided by Zhu Guliang and the War Emperor. If the War Emperor lost, Heaven Warring City would have to change owners. On the other hand, if Zhu Guliang lost, the countless living beings he brought would be slaughtered by the War Emperor and the crisis of Heaven Warring City would be resolved. Just as Zhu Guliang fell into a bitter struggle, the situation of the other 12 great bandit lords was not optimistic. The other 8 divine cities were engaged in a chaotic battle. Countless figures fought fiercely high up in the sky. From time to time, figures would fall from the sky, staining the ground red with their blood. The disciples of Hierarch Southern Heaven were not weak. They were far stronger than the other city lords. Each of the 10 Shen kings was a powerful quasi-saint. In the sky above one of the divine cities, a huge divine tree stretched out its endless branches. Each branch pierced through the void, piercing through the war soldiers and devouring their vitality. Damn old monster! A divine being surrounded by divine flames rushed over from afar, attacking the tree king. His powerful divine might shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the void as he displayed his supreme divine might. This divine being was like a fire god descending to the world. The vast divine fire on his body illuminated the night sky. Kill! A powerful divine sense burst out from the towering divine tree. Following it, countless branches pierced through the divine being like peerless weapons. Roar! The divine being let out a furious roar. It was as if he had turned into a brilliant godly sun. 9 divine runes burst out from his body and the power of the god Tao spread across the world. Countless branches piercing through his body were burned into ashes. Interesting. The tree emperor was startled. He had no choice but to get serious. The huge divine tree disappeared, and a figure walked out from the boundless green glow. Eat my arrow. It was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He held a green jade bow in his hand and narked an arrow. Endless chi of the heavens and earth immediately gathered toward the green jade bow in his hand. A divine arrow surrounded by runes appeared on the bow. The divine arrow emitted a powerful wave of demonic chi. Whoosh! The tree emperor let go of the arrow. The arrow pierced through the void and arrived in front of the divine being in an instant. Its speed shocked the divine being. Boom! The divine fire appeared and the figure of the god instantly disappeared. However, at that moment, the divine sword directly pierced through the divine fire. At this moment, the divine fire quickly condensed and a figure appeared in the divine fire. Damn! Seeing this, even someone as strong as the tree emperor couldn't help but be surprised. The blazing Shen king's divine body could actually turn into divine fire and dodge his arrow. However, just as the blazing Shen king was about to pounce on the tree emperor, the arrow flew back and shot toward the blazing Shen king's back. It's not that easy to dodge my arrow. The tree emperor sneered. This was a divine arrow shot by the Jasper divine bow. It would not stop until it was stained with blood. Moreover, this divine arrow could automatically devour the spiritual chi in the surroundings. Its power would only increase and not decrease. Whoosh! The moment the blazing Shen king shot the arrow, he turned into a flame and shot into the sky, dodging it. However, almost at the same time, The divine arrow made a turn in the air and chased after the raging fire divine emperor who was soaring into the sky at an extremely fast speed. How dare you! The raging inferno emperor once again turned into a divine fire and dodged the divine arrow that was chasing after him. However, this wasn't a solution. The arrow pierced through the divine fire and actually absorbed a lot of fire elemental chi to strengthen itself. On the divine arrow, there were countless runes circling around, attracting spiritual chi from all directions to gather. The blazing Shen King's figure once again appeared in the divine fire. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The divine arrow had divinity, which caused the blazing Shen King to be affected. Whoosh! The tree emperor pulled the bow again and shot the second arrow. What? The blazing Shen King's expression changed. Sky splitter. The blazing Shen King performed a great technique, directly tearing the void and creating a small world. The divine arrow pierced through and was directly absorbed into the small world created by the blazing Shen King. The tree emperor was very surprised. This guy was definitely not a sage, but he was able to create an inner world. This guy's cultivation was really extraordinary. However, the small world created by the blazing Shen King couldn't last long. After collecting 2 divine arrows, the blazing Shen King already felt that he couldn't do as he wished. Creating a world was not an easy task. Although the blazing Shen King was a sage-to-be, he could only create an unstable small world. If one wanted to create a stable small world, they would have to become a sage or master a divine artifact to stabilize the small world and prevent the inner world from collapsing. Let's see how many arrows you can collect. The tree emperor drew his bow again and again, continuously shooting out divine arrows. He shot out 9 arrows in one breath. The divine arrows were like rainbows, piercing through the void and shooting towards the raging inferno divine emperor. The powerful energy waves shook heaven and earth, causing all living beings to tremble. After shooting the 9 arrows, the tree emperor also felt a sense of exhaustion. Drawing the jasper divine bow and shooting the divine arrows consumed too much essence chi. The blazing Shen King was shocked. The 9 divine arrows turned into 9 rainbows and shot into the sky, piercing towards him. Open! The blazing Shen King was furious. He desperately channeled the divine power in his body, and endless divine fire erupted from his body. The void was annihilated, and a small world formed completely by divine fire appeared between the heaven and the earth. He actually wanted to collect the 9 shocking divine arrows into his small world at the same time. Boom! At the moment when the 9 divine arrows shot into the small world that the blazing Shen King created suddenly exploded. The power contained in the 9 divine arrows was too strong. It was not something that the small world that the blazing Shen King created could dissolve. The small world collapsed, and the blazing Shen King suffered a huge impact. He was sent flying, and his physical body was almost destroyed by the explosion. At that moment, countless branches broke through the void and pierced into the blazing Shen King's body, devouring his essence chi continuously. This guy is not bad. Far in the sky, a person stood in the void. When he saw this, he could not help but nod. This person was Ji Yu Fei. Chapter 2361. The Tree Emperor was extremely powerful. He actually devoured all the divine power of the raging Inferno Shen King, directly destroying the raging Inferno Shen King's body and soul. Roar! The Tree Emperor roared into the sky. The peerless demonic might filled the air, shaking the mountains and rivers. In the raging Inferno city below, all the creatures' minds went blank. They were all shocked to the extreme. The raging Inferno Shen King was dead. Such an outcome was unacceptable to the creatures in the city. Kill, avenge the Shen King. The countless soldiers did not disperse because of the death of the raging Inferno Shen King. Instead, they exploded with an even stronger will to fight. Everyone had a common enemy, and they directly rushed towards the Tree Emperor. Endless divine light illuminated the night sky. War horses came through the air, shaking the earth and sky, and tiny cracks appeared in the void. The 5 divine generals were all surrounded by divine fire, and their will to fight was like a rainbow. They each led their own troops, formed a battle formation, and rushed forward. Kill. Without hesitation, The countless creatures led by the Tree Emperor also formed a battle formation and rushed towards the soldiers of the raging Inferno City. A great battle broke out. Above the sky, countless figures were fighting. The tens of feet tall treants were extremely powerful. As soon as they rushed past, clouds of blood suddenly burst out in the void. Countless raging Inferno soldiers were directly destroyed. This was the Treant clan under the Tree Emperor. This clan was one of the strongest among all the forces in the outer endless sea of the Haoyue region. Roar! A divine general rushed over on his horse. He slashed out with the raging Inferno saber in his hand, cutting a treant in half at the waist. The wound was surrounded by raging flames. However, the next moment, the two halves of the treant that had been cut in half reconnected. A green demonic light flashed, and it actually recovered in an instant. What? The divine general was shocked. The recovery ability of the Treant clan was indeed amazing. The power of the wood element was originally the power of life. If one wanted to kill the experts of the Treant clan, they would have to ignite their natal true yuan. However, this divine general did not have the chance. At this time, the 5 treants had already surrounded him. Thorny vines grew rapidly in the void, and then entangled the divine general. Damn it! The divine general was both shocked and enraged. He swung the saber in his hand with all his might, sending out beams of dazzling saber light to cut down all the vines that were trying to entangle him. However, these vines grew endlessly. After one batch was destroyed, a new batch would be born. In the end, the 5 treants attacked at the same time. Countless vines pierced through the void and entangled the divine general's saber. Then, the countless thorny vines wrapped around the divine general tightly. Shua! The treant who was severed into 2 by the immortal general disappeared in a split second. In the next moment, the treant appeared in front of the immortal general and beheaded him. In the face of absolute power, the soldiers of Raging Fire God City were just sending themselves to death. Just after the battle, countless figures fell from the sky. Seeing this scene, all the creatures in the Raging Fire God City were stunned. A rain of blood fell from the sky. The Tree Emperor did not attack again. He suddenly looked into the distance, but there was nothing there. However, he sensed that someone was spying on him. He was astounded. Could it be that there was another mysterious expert in the Raging Fire God City? The outcome of the battle had been decided. Jiyu Fei headed straight for the South Heaven Palace. He had to meet the ultimate god of South Heaven first. Back on the Life Island, the ultimate god of South Heaven had always disliked Qin Nan. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had survived the battle on the Life Island, he had suffered a great impact too. He had to cultivate in seclusion to recover his strength. The South Heaven Palace was an ancient palace, one of the temporary residences of the ultimate god of South Heaven. The palace was said to be eternal. It floated above the ancestral vein of the continent, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. It was a sacred palace high up in the clear moon continent. Only the direct disciples of the ultimate god of South Heaven were allowed to enter the place. No one else was allowed to get close to the sacred palace. Not a bad place. Jiyu Fei soon arrived at the area close to the South Heaven Palace. He stopped in the sky and saw a light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. There was a flickering glow visible to the naked eye in the light pillar. The terrain and the heavenly chi had been altered by someone. On the ground, dragons and snakes could be seen moving up and down, as well as the earth veins. It was the source of the earth chi of the clear moon continent. The terrain was where the ancestral vein of the earth was located. As for the heavenly chi, Jiyu Fei was unable to see anything, but he could sense that the energy of the stars in the sky was gathering toward the light pillar. Connecting to the earth chi from below and guiding the energy of the stars from above, this ultimate god of South Heaven is quite impressive. Upon seeing this, Jiyu Fei immediately realized that it would not be easy for him to take down the South Heaven Godly Palace. The South Heaven Godly Palace was surrounded by a powerful formation, which was even stronger than Mount Juzuan of the Xiang continent. However, even so, he had no intention of letting the ultimate god of South Heaven go. Jiyu Fei pondered for a moment before landing on a nearby mountain peak and sat cross-legged on a boulder on the mountain peak. He was waiting, waiting for the ultimate god of South Heaven. Meanwhile, the 3 godly cities had been taken down. Jiu Fei knew that the other godly cities would soon be taken down too. When that happened, the ultimate god of South Heaven would have to show himself even if he was in seclusion. Meanwhile, in a secret chamber inside the South Heaven Palace, 10 jade badges were placed on the table. An old man was staring at the jade badges on the table nervously. Among the 10 jade badges, 3 of them had already broken into pieces. How is this possible? The blazing Shen King, the Battle Emperor, and the unparalleled Martial Emperor are all dead. The old man murmured with a trembling voice. He could not believe that there was a faction in the Clear Moon continent that was able to kill the 3 Shen Kings in a single night. Crack! As the old man was immersed in his astonishment, one of the remaining 7 jade badges on the table suddenly broke into pieces. What? At that instant, the old man was dumbfounded. Another Shen King had fallen. Who is this person? Why is he so powerful? Could it be an external faction? Without hesitation, the old man left the secret chamber and headed to the place where the ultimate god of South Heaven was cultivating in seclusion. Although the ultimate god of South Heaven had repeatedly told him not to disturb the ultimate god's cultivation, he had no choice but to disturb the ultimate god at a time like this, as 4 of the ultimate god's core disciples had already fallen. The place of seclusion was deep inside the South Heaven Palace. There was a purposely constructed stone chamber there, which happened to be the place where the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars gathered. While cultivating in the stone chamber, the ultimate god of South Heaven was able to utilize the energy of the earth progenitor vein and the force of the stars to heal his injuries. The old man arrived outside the stone chamber. The door of the chamber was tightly shut. On the surface of the stone door were vague divine runes, resulting in a tremendous pressure. It was as if a terrifying heavenly beast was slumbering inside. Even the powerful old man could not help but feel intimidated. The ultimate god was a supreme existence in the martial highness realm. Even though living beings above the sacred realm were not allowed to appear in the human realm, not everyone could endure the aura of a martial highness. An exalt realm existence was absolutely an overlord-level figure even in the primordial world of ancient times. The old man knocked on a small bronze bell beside the stone door. A melodious chime was heard. The sound wave from the bell seemed to penetrate the rift and spread across the entire palace. What's the matter? Following this, a voice could be heard coming from the stone chamber. Master, there's a great change in the Clear Moon continent. The 4 Shen Kings have fallen. The old man did not dare to waste any time. What? A furious roar could be heard coming from the stone chamber. What exactly happened? Hurry up and find out what's going on. In the stone chamber, on a godly platform, the South Heaven ultimate god was both shocked and infuriated. Following this, he gave the order to the old man. He was at a crucial moment, and would only come out in half an hour. Inside the stone chamber, countless god runes were circling in the air. Above the South Heaven ultimate god's head, starlight descended from the sky like a heavenly river and entered his body. Below the godly platform, countless formation runes were vaguely appearing, which gathered the energy of the earth progenitor vein and entered his body too. A brilliant glow flickered between the South Heaven ultimate god's brows. A powerful force of god energy spread from the glow. He was fully executing his divine ability to utilize the force of the heavens and earth to treat his injuries. Meanwhile, outside the stone chamber, the old man had already left. Following this, a figure left the South Heaven Divine Palace. As the person exited the South Heaven Divine Palace, Jiu Fei, who was sitting on a mountain close to 10,000 li away from the South Heaven Divine Palace, suddenly opened his eyes. Someone finally came out, but it's not the South Heaven ultimate god. Jiu Fei rose to his feet from the boulder. Whoosh! Following this, Jiu Fei's figure disappeared from the mountain. As soon as the old man left the range of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, a figure appeared in front of him and intercepted him. The old man was shocked. He stared at the young man and said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" "Not bad, a sacred realm cultivator." Jiu Fei glanced at the old man and said, "Could it be you guys?" The old man's expression changed tremendously as a sudden thought crossed his mind. These people had already reached the outside of the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation. How was this possible? It was hard to imagine that these people had conquered half of the Clear Moon continent in just a single night. It seemed like they had been plotting for a long time. Surrender, you're no match against me. Jiu Fei looked at the old man and said, "Who are you? Why are you trying to incite this chaos?" Chapter 2362. The old man had followed the Southern Heaven Hierarch for countless years. He had already been by the Southern Heaven Hierarch's side since the ancient times. In other words, although the Southern Heaven Hierarch and the old man were master and servant, they were still family. Compared to the 10 disciples of the Southern Heaven Hierarch, the one he trusted the most was the old man. Even his direct disciples were not as trustworthy as the old man. "I'll know everything after I take you down." Although the old man seemed to be old, once he decided to go all out, it was earth-shattering. A powerful aura of the sacred path burst out from his body, causing the world to tremble. Sacred path, it seems like. Jiu Fei's eyes flickered. The old man's cultivation was indeed powerful, but in the human world, even a sacred ruler would not dare to remove the seal on his body. The old man's cultivation was between a sacred ruler and a sacred ruler. Jiu Fei never thought that he would meet such a person in the Clear Moon continent. If that's the case, I should be the one saying that. Jiu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly. This was the strongest expert he had ever met since he came to the Clear Moon continent. It was time for him to have some fun. Arrogant. The old man's expression was stern. He was disdainful of Jiu Fei's words. Although this young man was also a sacred ruler, how could he be compared to the Southern Heaven Hierarch who had already achieved the Tao in the ancient times? "You'll know soon enough whether I'm arrogant or not," Jiu Fei said. His aura did not change at all. There was no powerful aura being emitted, nor was there any shocking energy ripples. He just stood in the air, letting the night breeze blow at him, and his hair fluttered in the wind. Returning to the natural state, how is this possible? Seeing that Jiu Fei was going to fight him in such a state, the old man could not help but be shocked. Is this kid really a sacred ruler? Above the sacred rulers were the sacred rulers. The sacred rulers always showed off their abilities. When they fought against others, every single move they made would contain tremendous power. However, at the sacred ruler realm, the edges of the sacred rulers would be worn down. They would no longer show off their abilities, and their sacred aura would be withdrawn. This was what the old man meant by returning to the natural state, just like an ordinary person. Kill. Although the old man was shocked, he did not hesitate and attacked. Bang! The old man extended a hand, and a huge golden hand immediately rushed out from his hand, slapping toward Jiu Fei. There were patterns of the Tao revolving around the golden hand, and it was drawing upon the power of the divine Tao. Boom! Jiu Fei directly punched out and smashed the huge golden hand. An earth-shattering sound was heard as the huge golden hand was smashed into pieces by his fist. What? The old man was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be so powerful. Furthermore, the power of his opponent's punch was so great that it made his heart palpitate. Shua! The old man's figure blurred, leaving behind an afterimage where he stood. His real body had already retreated tens of miles away. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Have a taste of my palm. Jiu Fei was like a shadow. He strode through the air and chased after the old man at the speed of 8 steps. Then, he slammed his palm towards the old man who was retreating. Rumble, as Jiu Fei's palm pushed forward, the entire space before his palm began to tremble. Pitch-black cracks appeared in the space, as if it would collapse and be destroyed at any time. The palm had sealed off the surroundings, making the old man unable to dodge it. He had no choice but to face it head-on, which shocked him once again. His opponent's battle skill was indeed terrifying. A simple and straightforward battle skill had displayed great power. At that moment, the old man no longer doubted that the young man was really a sacred ruler. Since when did such an expert appear in the ocean? The old man's heart shuddered. He had been following the divine South Heaven for a long time, and had seen the divine South Heaven fight against all kinds of experts. He had seen all kinds of experts. But now, The young sacred ruler was giving him an extremely dangerous feeling. Let's do it. The old man clenched his teeth and spat out a golden cauldron, which collided with Ji Yufei's palm. There were 9 golden divine runes vaguely visible on the cauldron, emitting a powerful aura of the sacred path. Ji Yufei's huge hand directly slapped the golden cauldron that was charging towards him. The powerful force sent the cauldron flying back, leaving a handprint on it. How is this possible? His physical strength has actually reached such a level? The old man's expression changed. He knew very well how powerful his sacred weapon was. It was a cauldron refined from the metal will of the 5 elements. Although the metal will of the metal will was not an immortal material, it was still a rare material in the world. Most importantly, the cauldron was refined with the help of the divine South Heaven. It could be said that although the cauldron was a sacred weapon, it was different from ordinary sacred weapons. It was half an ultimate god's honorable weapon. It's able to withstand my palm and not break. Strange. At that moment, Ji Yufei was even more surprised. One should know that he was a sacred ruler of martial arts. The power of his palm was so strong that it could even shatter a sacred weapon. Come. At that moment, the old man performed a great divinity. He held the cauldron in his hand and pointed the mouth of the cauldron at Ji Yufei. A heaven-devouring force immediately surged from the cauldron and sucked Ji Yufei into the cauldron. So what if you're a sacred ruler? You're still going to die. The old man was overjoyed. He never thought he would be able to suck the young man into the cauldron so easily. Bang! Just as the old man was overjoyed, the cauldron in his hand suddenly shook violently and almost flew out of his hand. On the cauldron's wall, there was a bulge in the shape of a palm. Nice one. The old man was surprised. He immediately sat in the air and activated the divine power in his body. He performed a great divinity in an attempt to refine Ji Yufei inside the cauldron. Hum. The cauldron shook. 9 golden divine glyphs intertwined on the body of the cauldron. The power of metal was vast. Within the cauldron, there seemed to be a god awakening from a deep slumber. A destructive presence was emitted from the cauldron. This saint weapon is not bad. It was actually refined from metal. No wonder I couldn't break it with a single strike. Ji Yufei's voice sounded from within the cauldron. The old man's shock was no small matter. This opponent was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. I don't believe I can't refine you to death. The old man was furious. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood at the cauldron. The blood turned into a bloody mist and entered the cauldron. Hum. After the cauldron absorbed the old man's blood, it immediately began to shake violently. The power within the cauldron was completely activated. The 9 glyphs shone with dazzling light. A golden swirl appeared inside the cauldron. A destructive presence surged from the swirl, wanting to devour Ji Yufei and obliterate him completely. How is this possible? Very soon, the old man realized that something was wrong. Inside the cauldron, Yi Futian's presence did not weaken, nor was he devoured by the golden swirl. Yi Futian sat cross-legged inside the cauldron. No matter how the golden swirl tried to devour him, Yi Futian remained unmoving. Yes, I want this saint weapon. Inside the cauldron, Ji Yufei felt the waves of power from the cauldron. He was very satisfied with this saint weapon. His disciple, Ji Yuzhong, lacked a metal saint weapon. This saint weapon was very suitable for him. When Ji Yufei thought of this, he activated a great technique. A wave spread from his body. 9 chaotic Tao glyphs emerged from his body and rushed out, imprinting themselves on the cauldron. The old man sensed the change inside the cauldron. He was instantly shocked. The chaotic Tao glyphs that rushed out from Yi Futian actually imprinted themselves on the cauldron. They wanted to erase the imprint that he had left in the cauldron. This abominable fellow wanted to snatch away the sacred artifact that he had spent his entire life refining. How could the old man allow Ji Yufei to take away his saint weapon? He attacked with all his might. The power of the metal element was vast. His body shone with dazzling golden light, illuminating the night sky. It was as if a golden sun had appeared in the sky. Rumble. The sound of wind and thunder came from the cauldron. Two forces were fighting for control of the cauldron. The power of the metal element and the power of chaos were constantly colliding. 9 golden Tao glyphs and 9 chaotic Tao glyphs were entangled. They both wanted to destroy each other and take the cauldron. Spirit Sword of the Way, Ji Yufei said in a low voice. Then, a purple vertical mark appeared between his eyebrows. Swoosh. A divine eye seemed to suddenly open on Ji Yufei's brow. A beam of purple divine light rushed out and turned into a divine sword of the great path. Then, it pierced through the void and directly passed through the divine tripod, slashing towards the old man. They were so close. Ji Yufei suddenly attacked, and the old man was using all his powers to fight Ji Yufei for the cauldron. By the time the Sword of the Way broke through the void and pierced through, it was already too late for him to dodge. Swoosh. The sword of the great path pierced through the old man's body and then rushed out. It broke through the void and flew into the cauldron, sinking into the center of Ji Yufei's eyebrows. The light in the old man's eyes suddenly disappeared. His eyes became empty. The golden light on his body also dissipated. Then, his head drooped down, and he fell from the sky. A cultivator who was close to the level of a saint and a saint king had died just like that. There was no way that he could survive being cut by the Sword of the Way. The old man's primordial spirit was destroyed by the sword of the great path, leaving behind a soulless shell. Oh no! Just as Ji Yufei used his primordial spirit Tao sword to kill the old man, he suddenly realized that he shouldn't have killed this fella directly. Ji Yufei wanted to subdue the old man and read the memories of his soul. That way, he would know the truth of the Nantian Divine Palace. Chapter 2363. An old servant of the South Heaven Divine Lord had been killed by Ji Yufei. This was not Ji Yufei's original intention. He initially wanted to capture the old man and learn everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace from him. However, he had to think of another way now. That being said, if Ji Yufei was willing to wait for a period of time, he could use the Extreme Saint weapon to slowly erase the formation runes outside the South Heaven Divine Palace to destroy the formation protecting the palace. However, it was not an easy task to use the Extreme Saint weapon to unleash its power. It would require time to prepare. At that moment, Ji Yufei completely unleashed his divine sense. In an instant, his divine sense had covered the area within a radius of 10,000 li watt. The experts who sensed the divine sense were shocked, especially the city lords of the cities. They were terrified. It seemed like the force that had invaded the Clear Moon continent was really strong. Why hasn't Master made a move yet? The city lords of the cities that had yet to be conquered were struggling to hold on, leading their subordinates to fight against the invading enemies. They still had hope since the South Heaven Divine Lord had yet to make a move. However, the news of other cities being conquered shocked and infuriated the city lords. Whoosh! Ji Yufei's figure appeared in the sky above Longtian City. At that moment, the sky and ground of Longtian City were filled with people. The soldiers of Longtian City were fighting against the forces of the outer ocean led by the third strongest bandit. Although the third strongest bandit was strong, the city lord of Longtian City was not weak either. The city lord of Longtian City was a flood dragon, a golden flood dragon that was extremely powerful. Boom! The golden flood dragon that had transformed into a middle-aged man held a long golden rod in his hand. With a sweep, he sent the third strongest bandit flying a few thousand zhong away. The powerful force caused the third strongest bandit to feel sore all over. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. A stream of blood oozed out from the corner of his mouth. Kill! The golden flood dragon let out an enraged roar. As long as it went forward, it would kill the third strongest bandit on the spot. However, at that moment, a blue figure dashed over from the side and forced the golden flood dragon back. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the cyan figure. It was a cyan flood dragon that had transformed into its original form. Its body was like a mountain range that lay horizontally in the sky, and its entire body was surrounded by a baleful aura. It's you! When the golden flood dragon Shen King saw that azure flood dragon, he could not help getting a shock. Take your life. The green serpent pounced towards the golden serpent in the air. Then, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of green divine fire towards the golden serpent Shen King. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon, Shen King, seemed to have a great grudge against each other. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Needless to say, the golden Jiao dragon waved the golden cudgel in his hand, broke through the burning divine fire, and fought with the green Jiao dragon. 1,000 years of enmity has been resolved. Kill. In the end, the golden serpent Shen King also transformed into his original form. A golden serpent dragon that gave off a monstrous demonic aura appeared in the world, causing the entire world to tremble. Boom. The two Jiao dragons were both incomparably strong. They clashed continuously, creating loud sounds that caused the world to tremble. A powerful force spread out, causing pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in the void. Everyone was stunned by the battle between the two Jiao dragons in the sky. All of them retreated far away, not daring to get close. One must know that a battle of this level was not something that ordinary people could interfere in. Even the third bandit had retreated far into the sky. When Jiu Fei saw this scene, he did not act immediately. Instead, he retreated to the side to watch the battle. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the sky. The green Jiao dragon and the golden Jiao dragon were entangled. Their gigantic bodies were as tough as divine metal. When they clashed, it was as though divine metal was clashing. So strong. Everyone stopped and looked at the two Jiao dragons fighting in the sky. In the end, the two Jiao dragons spat out the Jiao dragon pearl in their bodies. The two Jiao dragons were fighting with their lives, wanting to kill each other on the spot without holding back. Bam! The golden Jiao dragon swung its tail and sent the green Jiao dragon flying 1,000 zhong away. The parts of the green Jiao dragon's body that were hit fell off, leaving a bloody mess. At this point in time, the golden Jiao dragon finally gained the upper hand. This isn't good. The third bandit's heart skipped a beat seeing this. The green Jiao dragon was the strongest existence on their side. If even it could not defeat the golden Jiao dragon, it would be a fool's dream to take down Dragon Sky Divine City. However, when the third bandit saw Jiu Fei, he knew that the outcome of Dragon Sky Divine City was already decided. At this moment, the green Jiao dragon was at a disadvantage. After all, the golden Jiao dragon had followed the divine South Heaven for countless years and received the latter's guidance. Its cultivation was above the green Jiao dragon. Swoosh! With a flash of golden light, the golden Jiao dragon's body disappeared. It turned back into its human form and swung the golden cudgel at the green Jiao dragon's head. Buzz! The golden cudgel buzzed. 9 golden Dao runes appeared on its surface, triggering the power of the great Dao of heaven and earth. Even the space below the golden cudgel was trembling. Damn it! The green Jiao dragon let out a furious roar. Its body also emitted a brilliant green light. A figure vaguely appeared in the green light. The green Jiao dragon had also turned into its human form. It held a spear in its hand and blocked the attack. Clang! The golden cudgel and the spear collided, producing a sound that almost pierced through one's eardrums. The green Jiao dragon was smashed down from the sky by the golden Jiao dragon's cudgel. Boom! The ground trembled and dust rose into the air. A huge crater was formed on the hard ground. The green Jiao dragon then rushed into the sky with the spear in its hand. It wiped the trace of blood from the corner of its mouth and charged at the golden Jiao dragon ferociously. Swoosh! The green Jiao dragon raised the spear in its hand. The tip of the spear instantly turned into a cold star, stabbing at the golden Jiao dragon's forehead at an extremely fast speed. The golden Jiao dragon raised its head and dodged the attack. The golden cudgel in its hand collided with the green Jiao dragon. Bang! The head of the golden cudgel directly hit the chest of the green Jiao dragon. At that moment, it felt as if its internal organs were about to shift positions. It was so painful that it broke out in cold sweat. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. The green Jiao dragon's defeat was only a matter of time. Boom! The green Jiao dragon was once again sent flying. This time, the moment the green Jiao dragon was sent flying, a figure flashed and stood in front of the middle-aged man that the golden Jiao dragon had transformed into. "Who are you?" The golden Jiao dragon couldn't believe that this person could actually get close to it in an instant. Ji Yufei didn't speak. Instead, he glanced at the golden Jiao dragon and stretched out his right hand, pressing forward. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The golden Jiao dragon felt as if an invisible hammer had smashed into its chest. Its entire body was sent flying by a huge force. Ji Yufei stretched out his right hand and grabbed the air. The golden Jiao dragon that was sent flying immediately flew back towards Ji Yufei. Ji Yufei grabbed it by the throat and lifted it up. It had to be said that the difference between the golden Jiao dragon and Ji Yufei was really huge. The two were on completely different levels. Ji Yufei easily captured the golden Jiao dragon. Swoosh! Without hesitation, a ball of divine light appeared between Ji Yufei's eyebrows. Then, that ball of divine light rushed out from between Ji Yufei's eyebrows and instantly entered the golden Jiao dragon's forehead. The golden Jiao dragon was truly shocked. The other party could actually use a great technique and read its memories. Its own consciousness began to blur. In the end, the golden Jiao dragon's consciousness completely fell into darkness. Seeing that Ji Yufei had made a move, the third bandit and the green Jiao dragon didn't dare to come forward. One had to know that Ji Yufei was their master. The golden Jiao dragon's soul memory was read by Ji Yufei using the godly seizing secret technique. The golden Jiao dragon's life was like a horse lantern, constantly surging in Ji Yufei's mind. I see. After reading the golden Jiao dragon's memory, Ji Yufei finally had a certain understanding of the Nantian Divine Palace. The Nantian Divine Palace was extraordinary. Its outer perimeter was surrounded by a peerless killing formation. If one wanted to attack, one would first have to break the formation. Ji Yufei wasn't a formation master, so he couldn't break the formation in a short period of time. Unfortunately, there was no information on how to break the formation in the golden Jiao dragon's memory. The powerful golden Jiao dragon had fallen. With Ji Yufei personally taking action, he could even pinch a golden dragon to death, let alone an old Jiao dragon. Ji Yufei wasn't discouraged. He threw the golden Jiao dragon's flesh into his inner world and disappeared from the battlefield. When he reappeared, he had already crossed the boundless rift and arrived outside the sky-connecting divine city. Meanwhile, the situation of the sky-connecting divine city was different from the other 5 ancient cities that had fallen. There was an expert in the sky-connecting divine city, who was able to defeat the forces of the outer endless sea. Even the bandit who led the forces of the outer endless sea was almost killed by the existence in the city. The bandit who led the forces of the outer endless sea here was the 7th bandit, the 7th bandit. The 7th bandit was severely injured and had no choice but to retreat. Meanwhile, the sky-connecting divine city was heavily guarded. Groups of soldiers could be seen patrolling in the sky from time to time. Ji Yufei could sense that there was an obscure yet powerful aura in Sky-Piercing City. It should be that person who had forced him to retreat. Humph! Ji Yufei took a step forward. He instantly tore through the rift and entered the sky-connecting divine city, arriving above the city lord's mansion. A fellow cultivator is here to visit. As soon as Ji Yufei appeared above the city lord's mansion, the person inside had already noticed his arrival. Could it be a sacred? Ji Yufei was shocked. The person who was able to sense his arrival was definitely not simple. As Ji Yufei was busy thinking, a figure had already walked out from the city lord's mansion. He rose into the air and arrived before Ji Yufei. Sacred. The Tongtian Shen King's expression changed when he saw Ji Yufei. Tell me everything about the South Heaven Divine Palace. Ji Yufei looked at the Tongtian Shen King and said, "You're the one who started this." The Tongtian Shen King asked about Ji Yufei. Why am I wasting my time talking to you? Chapter 2364. The Tongtian Shen King was the leader of the 10 disciples of the South Heaven Hierarch. His cultivation base was exceedingly high, thus he was given the title of Tongtian Shen King by the South Heaven Hierarch and was assigned to guard the Tongtian God City. The Tongtian God City was naturally the largest among the 10 God cities. It also had the highest population. Of course, there were many experts in the city too. Otherwise, the Tongtianshan king wouldn't have been able to defeat the forces of the Outer Endless Sea led by the 7th bandit. Ji Yufei was well aware of the capabilities of the 12 bandit subordinates. The 7th bandit's cultivation base was quite impressive. Even a quasi-sage would have a hard time defeating him. When Ji Yufei saw the Tongtianshan king, he knew that the 7th bandit's defeat was not unjustified. This was a Shun king in the quasi-sage perfection realm. The Tongtianshan king was very strong. If he wasn't in the human world, he would have long become a sage. Similar to the mulberry tree emperor, he was born at the wrong time, thus it was difficult for him to become a sage under such circumstances. However, the Tongtianshan king was like an ant in the eyes of Ji Yufei. He reached out his hand and grabbed at the Tongtianshan king. Ji Yufei's hand instantly enveloped the space in front of him, sealing off all of the Tongtianshan king's escape routes, making it difficult for him to escape. This, the Skyreach Divine Emperor was extremely shocked. The other party was too strong. Moreover, he was ridiculously powerful. He actually felt that he was powerless to contend against Yi Shiwen. Boom! A shocking aura burst out from the Tongtianshan king's body. 9 halos burst out from his body and shot toward the hand of Ji Yufei. However, a scene that left the Tongtianshan king dumbfounded happened. The 9 powerful halos were shattered by the opponent's hand. Ji Yufei's big hand directly grabbed Tongtianshan king. His 5 fingers tightened, and the sound of bones breaking immediately came from Tongtianshan king's body. Who are you? Do we have a grudge? Tongtianshan king felt as if all the bones in his body had been crushed by the other party. His whole body was in excruciating pain. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. You don't have a grudge against me, but I do have a grudge against Supremacy South Heaven. Ji Yufei said indifferently. In that case, you could have gone to find my master. Why did you attack me? Tongtianshan king did not want to die. He quickly endured the pain of his broken bones and said to Ji Yufei. Even though he was the first disciple of Supremacy South Heaven, he could not care less at the moment of life and death. Was there anything in this world more important than one's own life? Humph, you're saying that I'm bullying the weak. Ji Yufei said. This Tongtianshan king had the potential to become a formidable person, but unfortunately, he had stumbled into Ji Yufei. It was unlikely that he would be able to become a formidable person. Isn't that so? Tongtianshan king knew that his life was in the hands of the other party. He had no choice but to brace himself and deal with this ridiculously powerful person. You're talking so much just to ask me to spare your life. Ji Yufei said with a smile. This guy was quite interesting. Then can you spare my life? Tongtianshan king said with a trembling voice. I can spare your life, but you have to relax and don't resist. I'll let you go after I've read the memories of your soul. Of course, you have to cooperate first. As Ji Yufei spoke, he directly sealed the divine path cultivation base of the Skyreach Divine Emperor and put him down. Soul Search. Tongtianshan king couldn't help but turn pale with fright. This soul search art was extremely tyrannical, forcefully reading the memories of others. If one wasn't careful, even if they didn't die, they would still become an idiot. If you're not willing, then there's no other way. Ji Yufei looked at Tongtianshan king and narrowed his eyes. Don't, I'm willing. Tongtianshan king quickly said. At this time, he had no other choice. In front of him, one was a dead end, and the other, although there was a glimmer of hope, it was also a dead end. However, who would be willing to choose a dead end if there was a chance of survival? That's good. Ji Yufei nodded. Then, he executed the godly seizing secret art and read the memories of Tongtianshan king's soul. Tongtianshan king was sensible enough to not have any thoughts of resisting. That being said, Tongtianshan king had no idea that Ji Yufei's godly seizing secret art was different from the ordinary soul search art. Even if he tried to resist, he would not die, nor would he become an idiot. The formation protecting the Nantian Divine Palace is a formation that can seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. This is unbelievable. Soon, Ji Yufei found what he was looking for in Tongtianshan king's soul, something about the formation outside the Nantian Divine Palace. If only He Tian was here. Ji Yufei murmured. He Tian would surely be overjoyed if he were to see the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Unfortunately, He Tian was nowhere to be found. You better keep your promise. Ji Yufei soon came to a stop. The other things in Tongtian Shen King's soul were no longer useful to him. Piss off. Ji Yufei removed the seal on Tongtian Shen King's body and said to Tongtian Shen King with a wave of his hand, "Thank you." Tongtian Shen King brought his fists together at Ji Yufei, before he rose into the sky and left the sky-connecting divine city. He soon disappeared into the night. By this time, the seventh bandit had already received news of Ji Yufei's arrival. He regrouped his forces and led his forces towards sky-piercing divine city in a grandiose manner. This time, the seventh bandit almost didn't suffer any counterattacks and took over the sky-connecting divine city. The experts in the sky-connecting divine city had witnessed the scene where Ji Yufei defeated Tongtian Shen King with a single move. No one dared to resist, because if they did, they would be the ones to die. The largest divine city among the Clear Moon region's 10 great divine cities was captured. This greatly boosted the morale of the Outer Sea forces led by Ji Yufei. Overthrowing the rule of the South Heaven Divine Venerate was not an impossible task. All the factions of the Outer Endless Sea that followed Ji Yufei saw hope. While the seventh bandit was taking over the sky-connecting divine city, Ji Yufei was pondering how to break the formation that could seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. It wasn't an easy task. Ji Yufei learned everything about the formation from Tongtian Shen King's soul. The formation drew the ancestor chi of the earth from the bottom and the power of the 9 heaven stars from the top. Breaking it with brute force would destroy the ancestor veins of the Clear Moon continent. If that happened, the Clear Moon continent would be finished. The continent would fall apart and sink into the endless God-fallen ocean. Countless living beings would die. It wasn't something Ji Yufei wanted to see. If the entire continent was destroyed, it would be meaningless even if he took over the continent. Meanwhile, the other battles in the Clear Moon continent gradually came to an end. The 10 divine cities had fallen one after another in a single night. It was something that had never happened before. In the morning, apart from the South Heaven Godly Palace, every other place in the Clear Moon continent had been conquered by Ji Yufei's forces. No one could believe that they had actually succeeded. Once the South Heaven Godly Palace was taken over, the entire Clear Moon continent would change. What is South Heaven supremacy doing? Ji Yufei was surprised. He had already conquered the 10 divine cities, but South Heaven supremacy was still nowhere to be seen. It had exceeded his expectations. By noon, the battles in the Clear Moon continent had come to a stop. Everyone had lost the will to resist. The force that had suddenly invaded from the outer ocean was too powerful. However, many people clearly knew that as long as South Heaven supremacy was not defeated by these people, the Clear Moon continent would not change. Some of the factions in the Clear Moon continent were still observing the situation. Among the 10 disciples of South Heaven supremacy, apart from Tongtian Shen King whom Ji Yufei had let go, the other 9 disciples had all died in battle. It was a great blow to the South Heaven supremacy's faction. Rumble, in the evening, the door of a stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace suddenly moved, before it slowly opened. A figure walked out from the chamber. The moment the figure came out, Ji Yufei in the Tongtian city suddenly sensed something and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Finally not being a coward anymore. In the city lord's mansion of the Tongtian city, Ji Yufei rose from his seat. South Heaven supremacy had come out from seclusion. He had recovered to his peak condition. As soon as he came out, he immediately went to the secret chamber where the life badges were kept. He was dumbfounded the moment he entered the secret chamber. On the table where the life badges were kept, only a single life badge remained intact. The rest of the badges had all shattered into pieces, which almost drove South Heaven supremacy crazy. 9 of the top 10 disciples are dead. Supremacy South Heaven could not accept it. Even the life badge of his old servant had shattered into pieces. Needless to say, the person who had come to attack them was unbelievably powerful. One had to know that his old servant was a true saint. Who is it? Who is it? Supremacy South Heaven let out a hysterical roar. Almost all his most loyal subordinates were dead. He had spent a lot of time and effort to nurture them. In order to rule the entire Clear Moon continent, South Heaven Supremacy had to nurture his own subordinates. The entire South Heaven Divine Palace was empty. South Heaven Supremacy rushed out from the palace and arrived above the palace. He stood in the air and unleashed his divine sense. It's him. When South Heaven Supremacy sensed a familiar aura, his expression instantly turned unpleasant. You've gone too far. Chapter 2365. Cultivator South Heaven, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. When Jiu Fei appeared outside the South Heaven Divine Palace's formation, he happened to block the path of the South Heaven Divine Palace. Jiu Fei, you've gone too far. The eyes of the South Heaven Divine Palace reddened when he saw Jiu Fei. He finally knew why his faction had suffered such a crushing defeat. It was all because of this guy. Cultivator South Heaven, the winner takes all. How can you say that I've bullied you? Jiu Fei said to the South Heaven Divine Palace with a smile. What are you trying to do? Supremacy South Heaven clenched his teeth in anger, but he clearly knew that the guy must have some ulterior motive to start the chaos since he had already made his move. What I'm trying to do is actually very simple. Jiu Fei said calmly. Speak. The South Heaven Supremacy's voice was extremely cold. Apart from the South Heaven Divine Palace and the rift within a few 10,000 li around it, there was nothing else he could do. That being said, the South Heaven Divine Palace still had a backup plan. It was his biggest secret, which he would only use when his life was on the line. Well, what I'm trying to do now is to ask you to surrender to me, so that I can place a forbidding aura on your body and make you obey my orders. Isn't it simple? Jiu Fei said calmly. You. The South Heaven Divine Palace was infuriated. He was an ultimate god, a martial highness of the divine path. Even in the primordial era, he was an overlord. He never thought he would become someone's prisoner one day. If you're not willing, there's nothing I can do. I'll have to beat you until you're willing. Jiu Fei said helplessly. So this is your goal, to make me surrender. The South Heaven Divine Palace burst out laughing. It was impossible for him to surrender. Even if he were to die, he would not surrender to anyone. After all, a ultimate god had his own pride. That's my goal. Jiu Fei nodded and said. Do you think you're a supremacy? The South Heaven Supremacy stared at Jiu Fei and said coldly. I'm not a supreme being, but there will come a day when I become one. Submitting to me is actually a good deal for you. Jiu Fei said seriously. Damn it, I'll kill you. Supremacy South Heaven finally ran out of patience. He charged out from the formation and spat out a stream of heavenly river at Jiu Fei. Within the dazzling divine light, there were many huge stars faintly discernible, evolving into a starry sky. The power of the stars was vast and mighty between heaven and earth, incomparably terrifying. I'm afraid you won't come out. Jiu Fei bellowed and directly punched forward. On his fist, a stream of chaotic essence rushed out. It was like the creation of the world, reenacting the chaos of the universe. The starry river rushing towards him was immediately swallowed by the chaotic chi. What? The South Heaven Divine Lord was shocked seeing this. His opponent's cultivation was a lot stronger and more terrifying than he had imagined. Buzz. The rift shuddered. As the South Heaven Divine Lord was immersed in his astonishment, Jiu Fei made his move once again. A giant hand of chaos instantly loomed over the place, cutting off all his escape routes and sealing off the rift with a powerful force of chaos. Roar. Ultimate God South Heaven uttered a furious roar. A powerful force of the god realm burst out from his body. The tremendous force shook the heavens and the earth, shattering the rift in an instant. He shattered the rift and rushed out from Jiu Fei's chaotic hand in a miserable manner. This guy is too strong. The South Heaven Divine Lord was enraged. He did not hesitate any further and immediately tried to return to the formation. However, Jiu Fei would not let him return to the formation so easily. He instantly appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord with his 8 steps rapid speed and intercepted him. It took me a lot of effort to infuriate you and lure you into attacking me. It won't be that easy to escape. Ji Fei smiled when he saw the slightly panicking South Heaven Divine Lord. Do you really think you can kill me? Stop dreaming. The South Heaven Divine Lord said fiercely. He stared at Ji Fei with his body trembling. He had the urge to pounce forward and tear this detestable guy apart. Haha, do you really think you're stronger than Heaven Monarch Ziyang? He's already my prisoner. Ji Fei burst out laughing. What, you? The South Heaven Divine Lord's expression changed tremendously. He was well aware of Heaven Monarch Ziyang's cultivation. He believed that he was on par with Heaven Monarch Ziyang. If he were to really fight Heaven Monarch Ziyang, even the South Heaven Divine Lord was not confident that he could defeat Heaven Monarch Ziyang, as Heaven Monarch Ziyang had another identity that he was worried about. I don't want to kill you. You should know that it's not easy to cultivate the Martial Highness Realm Dao fruit. Ji Fei said calmly. You want me to surrender? That's absolutely impossible. The South Heaven Divine Lord's murderous intent was boundless. 9 divine rings emerged from his body. They were the divine power formed by 9 divine runes. Each divine ring represented a divine rune of the Great Tao. It seemed to be from the same source as the divine art performed by the Tongtian Shen King. Don't blame me then. Ji Fei's expression turned cold. A shocking battle intent surged from his body. His long hair fluttered despite the absence of wind as he slowly approached the South Heaven Divine Lord. Whoosh! At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Lord let out a furious roar. The 9 divine rings around him emitted a blinding divine light, which turned into 9 divine swords that slashed at Ji Fei. These were divine swords formed by the divine runes of the Great Tao. Each of the swords had spots of starlight on them, as if they contained a starry sky. Too weak. Ji Fei went up directly. His hands were filled with the aura of chaos. He slapped at the Starry Way swords that were slashing down. The 9 Starry Way swords shattered under the attack of his chaotic hands. They turned into specks of starlight and dissipated in the void. The South Heaven Divine Lord was dumbfounded. His opponent's physical strength was too powerful. It was nature-defying. He could easily shatter the starlight swords formed by his divine runes of the Great Tao. Unless he undid the seal on his body and recovered the supreme cultivation of an ultimate god, he would definitely not be a match for Ji Fei. This guy didn't lie to me. Only then did the South Heaven Divine Lord realize that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang might not be a match for Ji Fei. The martial body of a sage king was extremely powerful. This was the terror of a martial artist. Even without using the cultivation of a sage king, the power of a sage king martial body alone was enough to fight against an honorable. At this moment, Ji Fei had already shattered the 9 starlight swords. He was in front of the South Heaven Divine Lord. His hands turned into claws and grabbed at the top of the South Heaven Divine Lord's head and throat. As long as he was grabbed by Ji Fei's hands, the South Heaven Divine Lord's head would be removed. Swoosh! The South Heaven Divine Lord moved his feet. Divine runes appeared under his feet. He instantly retreated and was forced back by Ji Fei. He had no choice but to retreat. The void around him was shrouded by the power from Ji Fei's claws. He had no choice but to retreat. As a result, the distance between him and the great formation of creation was even further. Ji Fei followed him like a shadow. He seemed to have transformed into a golden rock. He flew forward and slashed at the South Heaven Divine Lord with his claws. The void was torn apart by his claws. 18 transformations of the divine path. The South Heaven Divine Lord uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry while he was retreating. Following this, 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord appeared out of thin air around him. A formidable god force was unleashed. The 18 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord were emitting the same god force, which took Ji Fei by surprise. Kill! Ji Fei's hands shuddered. They turned into 18 sharp claws that grabbed at the 18 South Heaven Divine Lords. The 17 figures of the South Heaven Divine Lord dissipated under Ji Fei's claws, while the 18th figure collided with Ji Fei's attack and was sent flying once again. This time, the South Heaven Divine Lord managed to retreat from the range of Ji Fei's attack, allowing him to catch his breath. Otherwise, he would have been in a passive position until Jiu Fei killed him. Such a remarkable ability. Jiu Fei's heart skipped a beat. The South Heaven Divine Lord was definitely not a weakling. Someone who was on par with the heavenly monarch Zi Yang and the unaging demon child must have some extraordinary abilities. The God Dao ability was similar to the Three Pure Ones secret art that the Supreme Dao ancestor had invented. It was difficult to distinguish the 18 figures from the Three Pure Ones. That being said, the God art was not as powerful as the Three Pure Ones secret art. The 3 clones formed by the Three Pure Ones secret art were Dao clones that possessed actual combat strength, not illusionary figures. I didn't expect you to be this strong. The South Heaven Divine Lord stared at Jiu Fei in disbelief. I told you, I'll become a 9 heavenly monarch one day. Jiu Fei said confidently with a firm look in his eyes. However, you won't be able to catch me. The South Heaven Divine Lord suddenly burst out laughing. Crap. Jiu Fei was taken by surprise. He tried to summon the mountain and river cauldron to stabilize the rift, but the god body of the South Heaven Supremacy God suddenly exploded. Bang! Following a loud explosion, a destructive force surged forward, causing the space within 1,000 li to collapse. A giant hole appeared between the heavens and earth, filled with chaotic qi. The destructive force dragged Jiu Fei into the chaotic void. A boundless god glow burst out and instantly disappeared into the void. It was the avatar of the South Heaven Divine Lord. Preposterous. Jiu Fei attacked with all his might. He tore open the chaotic void and intercepted the avatars that the South Heaven Divine Lord had unleashed when he self-destructed his body. However, a portion of the avatars managed to escape. More than 10 avatars charged into the Great Creation formation and took human forms, which then combined into an illusionary figure. Jiu Fei, I, the South Heaven Divine Lord, will fight you to the death. The figure formed by the avatars emitted an intense divine sense. Following it, the figure charged into the South Heaven Divine Palace that was shrouded by the Great Creation formation. This guy. Chapter 2366. The destructive force unleashed by the South Heaven Divine God's self-destruction destroyed the rift within 1,000 li, leaving a giant chaotic hole between the heavens and earth. Countless god runes collapsed, destroying everything in their path. Even Jiu Fei was affected by the impact, forcing him to activate the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself. The entire world was shaking. Huge spatial cracks the size of mountain ridges spread out in all directions. The ground was sinking, and hideous cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks were so deep that the bottom could not be seen. What's going on? Everyone was startled and dumbfounded. Their minds went blank as they stared at the collapsing rift. Some living beings that were too close to it weren't able to dodge in time, and they were directly pulled into the chaotic hole of annihilation by a great force. Their bodies were forcefully minced into balls of bloody mist, and even their souls were unable to escape. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. It was definitely the most thorough way to die for a cultivator. Jiu Fei, I'll fight you to the death. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense spread across the clear moon continent, causing every living being to tremble in fear. It was the divine sense of a martial highness, as if a supreme ruler was looking down at them. Humph, come out and fight me if you have the guts. Don't be a coward. Jiu Fei's voice rang out, spreading across a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Countless living beings heard Jiu Fei's incomparably confident words. Very well, just you wait. The South Heaven Divine God's divine sense came from the South Heaven Divine Palace inside the great formation of creation. He had returned to the stone chamber where he had been cultivating in seclusion. He clearly knew that he was no match against Jiu Fei. The only way to defeat Jiu Fei was to use the great formation of creation. The great formation of creation drew the progenitor qi of the earth below, and the force of the stars above, seizing the fortune of the heavens and earth. As long as he could absorb the fortune into his body, he would become the supreme ruler of the formation. However, the prerequisite was that the South Heaven Divine Being had to reconstruct his flesh first. Otherwise, it would be difficult to separate his divine soul that had merged with the formation. The Southern Heaven Ultimate God did not want to become the formation spirit of a huge formation. If he did that, it would be equivalent to him abandoning his Tao foundation and stopping at the ultimate God realm for the rest of his life. It would be difficult for him to become an ultimate God. Rumble, inside the chamber, countless God runes lit up under the control of the remnant soul of the Supremacy South Heaven. Countless God runes appeared in the rift. A powerful force was gathering. Runes intertwined with one another in the rift below the South Heaven Supremacy, forming a God pattern. As the godly pattern was activated, the ancestral chi of the earth was continuously directed toward it. It was refined by the godly pattern into the purest form of energy, which was absorbed by the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Meanwhile, a God pattern appeared in the rift above the remnant of the supreme God South Heaven's soul. The light pillar connecting the heavens and the earth began to emit specks of starlight, as if stars were being summoned from the heavens. An extremely powerful force of the stars rapidly gathered. Buzz. The rift shuddered as a boundless starry sky appeared above the soul remnant of the divine South Heaven. Primordial Tao runes vaguely appeared in the starlight. It was the creation of the heavens. The starlight sprinkled down and transformed into the most primordial Tao runes, which contained the mysteries of the heavens and earth. Below the soul remnant, the ancestral chi of the earth meridian gathered on the God pattern. Primordial Tao runes appeared too, which represented the mysteries of the earth. The primordial Tao runes contained part of the Tao laws of the heavens and earth. The force of the ancestral earth meridian and the force of the heavenly stars intertwined with one another above the soul remnant. As the two forces of creation intertwined, the soul remnant of the heavens and earth soon reassembled and reconstructed his flesh. Ji Fei. Divine Highness South Heaven murmured. He had the urge to tear Ji Fei into pieces, but he knew that he would not be able to do it for the time being. At the very least, he would need to absorb the energy of the formation and take control of it. The formation had taken a lot of effort from the Southern Heaven Supremacy. It had only taken shape in the past 100 years. It was able to utilize the force of creation for its own use. Just you wait. The Southern Heaven Supremacy executed a technique. His body was covered in godly runes. The primordial Tao runes appeared on the two God patterns and intertwined with the runes on his body. Rumble. The chamber began to tremble as a powerful ripple spread out from it. Following it, the entire Southern Heaven Supremacy Palace began to tremble too. Buzz. The rift shuddered as the space encapsulated by the formation continued to be filled with godly runes. The initially transparent barrier gradually emitted a brilliant glow. This is. Outside the formation, Ji Fei was startled when he sensed the ripple coming from the formation, as if a peerless heavenly beast that had been in a deep slumber had been awakened. Impressive, is he trying to steal the fortune of the heavens and earth? At that instant, Ji Fei saw wisps of Tao laws of creation emerging from the giant light pillar connecting the South Heaven Divine Palace. The Southern Heaven Supremacy was controlling the force of the heavens and earth. The living beings in the outer endless ocean were astounded seeing this, especially those with powerful cultivations. They were feeling uneasy, as they could sense that something bad was about to happen. Master, this. Meanwhile, the Ironblood Daoist had arrived behind Ji Fei with the 12 bandits. He stared at the sight before him in utter astonishment. It seems like the Southern Heaven Supremacy is putting his life on the line. Ji Fei wore a stern look as he stared at the Tao laws of creation emerging from the light pillar connecting the heavens and earth. The Southern Heaven Supremacy was planning to use the force of creation against him. However, even if it was the force of creation, Ji Fei was not afraid at all. He immediately made his move and ordered everyone to retreat 100,000 li. Master, what are you doing? Red Dragon and Yarrow, you had never seen Ji Fei being so serious. It seemed like the opponent this time was no ordinary opponent. Otherwise, their master would not be so cautious. The army of the outer endless ocean began to retreat like a tide. As they were retreating, Ji Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and broke through the ground, entering a large earth vein. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron pressed down and suppressed the earth vein in an instant. The spiritual chi contained in the earth vein could no longer gather towards the formation of creation. Humph, you have the formation of creation, while I have the extreme Tao sacred weapon. I would like to see if your formation of creation is stronger or my extreme Tao sacred weapon. Jiyu Fei had no choice but to use the mountain and river cauldron. His opponent's formation of creation was indeed terrifying, as it was able to control the force of the heavens and earth. The southern heaven supremacy was basically the ruler of the heavens and earth. Chapter 2367. The power of creation could be said to be the most powerful force in the world. Of course, the power of creation was useless against saints because saints had long broken through the shackles of the world and transcended the world. Even the power of creation could not do anything to a sage. However, the power of heaven's wrath still existed in the human realm. The saints didn't dare to remove the seal on their bodies and restore their cultivation to the saint realm. Therefore, those who weren't saints were just ants in front of the heaven and earth. The South Heaven Supremacy had a grand plan. He wanted to be undefeatable in the human realm, thus he had spent a great deal of effort and sweat to set up the formation that could utilize the power of creation. The power of creation was the power of creation between heaven and earth, and it was also the power of destruction between heaven and earth. If this power was used on the right path, it would naturally be able to create all things and become a ruler. However, if someone mastered this invincible power, they could also kill any living being below the level of a saint. Jiyu Fei, your time has come. In the stone chamber deep within the South Heaven Divine Palace, countless divine runes circled around Hierarch South Heaven's body. He had successfully attracted the will of heaven and earth. This was the most primitive power of the Tao law. However, it was not easy to merge with the heavens and earth. The South Heaven Divine Highness had to transform into the heavens and earth to suppress the living beings in the heavens and earth. The earth trembled. Even though the Outer Seas army had retreated 100,000 miles away, they could still sense the trembling energy spreading out from the South Heaven Divine Palace. In other words, if it weren't for Jiyu Fei, Hierarch South Heaven would have been undefeatable in the human world. However, the cruel reality was that Hierarch South Heaven had encountered Jiyu Fei. Jiyu Fei sat cross-legged on top of the cauldron of mountains and rivers in the depths of the earth. He drew upon the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to gather the ancestral chi of the earth and weaken the power of the great formation of creation. Rumble. The earth trembled and a shocking amount of chi was emitted from the cauldron of mountain and river. Then, an extremely powerful heaven-devouring force was born from the ancient cauldron. The essence energy from the ancestral veins deep underground began to crazily gather towards the mountain-river cauldron and was devoured by it. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron shook, and the cauldron's soul showed signs of awakening. What happened? Meanwhile, the mountain-river cauldron had stopped the Earth Ancestor Chi and was competing with the formation for the Earth Ancestor Chi. The South Heaven Supremacy in the stone chamber of the South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he sensed it. It's Jiyu Fei's doing. Divine Highness South Heaven immediately came to a realization. There was no way his opponent would just sit there and wait for his death. While he was increasing his strength, his opponent was preparing for his ultimate move. He was very clear that the Good Fortune Grand Array was already linked together with the entire vast moon region's earth veins. If the Good Fortune Grand Array was broken, then the entire vast moon region might be destroyed. Jiyu Fei was also setting up a matrix, frantically gathering the ancestral chi of earth. He wanted to awaken the cauldron soul that was slumbering in the cauldron of mountain and river. As long as the cauldron soul was awakened, he would be able to completely suppress this part of the world. Even so, the energy waves emitted by the mountain and river cauldron had already stabilized the ground. The essence chi of the earth gradually calmed down, no longer being guided by some kind of power. Preposterous. The South Heaven Supremacy was startled as he sensed the power of creation gradually weakening. Someone was competing with him for the power of creation. Transforming into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth. Divine Highness South Heaven uttered a furious roar. His figure suddenly turned blurry, following which, the power of the Tao laws brought by the brilliance of the stars in the sky merged with him. Meanwhile, the power of creation of the earth merged with Divine Highness South Heaven. At that moment, Divine Highness South Heaven was truly carrying out the punishment on behalf of the heavens. His body had turned into the Tao laws, dominating the heavens and earth. Although the Tao laws were incomplete due to Jiyu Fei's interference, he still succeeded and became the dominator of the heavens and earth. Meanwhile, Divine Highness South Heaven's divine body turned blurry, as if he had lost his flesh and blood. Whoosh! With a single thought, Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared from the stone chamber. When he reappeared, he was deep inside the ground, right in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Jiyu Fei, die! Divine Highness South Heaven reached out his hand, unleashing a bolt of tribulation lightning from his hand, striking at Jiyu Fei. It was purple lightning, the famous purple heaven godly thunder. You're the one who's going to die. Jiyu Fei was incomparably domineering. He sat on the mountain and river cauldron and lashed out with the sky-shrouding palm. A giant chaotic hand slapped forward, causing the rift to tremble. Countless purple heaven godly thunder exploded under the chaotic hand. Without any suspense, Divine Highness South Heaven was forced to retreat. How is this possible? Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly shocked. He had already used the power of creation, but his opponent's battle skill was able to ignore it. Even the power of creation could not suppress his opponent's power. Boom! The power of creation exploded. Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure turned into a giant vortex, which attempted to devour Jiyu Fei. The powerful devouring force devoured the rift in front of the vortex. However, to Divine Highness South Heaven's astonishment, even the black hole of creation was unable to move the man and the cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron did not budge at all. No matter how hard the black hole tried to destroy it, it could not devour the supreme sacred weapon. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron shuddered once again, before a powerful ripple burst out from the cauldron. The black hole of creation immediately collapsed. Supreme sacred weapon, mountain and river cauldron. Divine Highness South Heaven was utterly astonished. Humph, even if you've obtained all the fortunate encounters, you're still no match against me. Jiyu Fei sat on the mountain and river cauldron and said in a disdainful tone. Whoosh! Divine Highness South Heaven's blurry figure disappeared once again. He had turned into the universe, dominating the heavens and earth, as if he had merged with the rift. Following this, Divine Highness South Heaven reappeared in the stone chamber deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace. His speed was so fast that even Jiyu Fei's 8 steps extreme speed could not match his speed. It's my turn. Jiyu Fei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. With a thought, he and the mountain and river cauldron appeared on the ground. Kill! Jiyu Fei drove the mountain and river cauldron straight toward the great formation of creation. Meanwhile, the cauldron spirit inside the mountain and river cauldron was in a half-awakened state, thus it was difficult for the cauldron to unleash its true power. Even so, the impact from the mountain and river cauldron was still quite impressive. Bang! Following a loud explosion, countless runes of the formation dissipated. The great formation of creation had actually been smashed by the mountain and river cauldron, leaving a huge hole in it. The great formation of creation was unable to withstand a single attack from the mountain and river cauldron. The mountain and river cauldron was a supreme sacred weapon with incredible power. If the mountain and river cauldron was able to fully unleash its power, it would be a piece of cake to destroy the great formation of creation. So what if you've turned into the universe, you're still no match against me. Chapter 2368. Jiyu Fei used the force of the mountain and river cauldron to protect himself as he forced his way into the formation of creation. Countless runes began to dissipate as a giant hole was torn open in the formation that was said to be able to seize the fortune of the heavens and earth. Buzz! The rift shuddered as millions of Tao runes appeared densely and branded every inch of the rift, triggering the force of the heavens and earth. This is... Jiyu Fei was dumbfounded. Each of the Tao runes emitted a brilliant glow, triggering the force of the great Tao of the heavens and earth to surround the mountain and river cauldron. The force of the heavens and earth surged. The force of the stars and the energy of the earth progenitor vein continuously gathered under the control of the divine South Heaven, as if the heavens and earth were evolving. Jiyu Fei, who was standing on the mountain and river cauldron, could not help but exclaim upon seeing this. The divine South Heaven's ability was indeed law-defying. The formation of creation made him feel like he was undergoing the tribulation of the sacred realm. Here, I'm the heavens. The South Heaven Divine Highness guided the energy of creation to strengthen himself. A powerful divine sense was transmitted as a voice echoed in Ji Yufei's heart. Is that so? Ji Yufei wore a cold grin. If he were to stumble into the sacred realm before he achieved the sacred realm, he would not stand a chance against the divine South Heaven, even if he had a sacred weapon of the supremacy realm. However, things were different now. The martial flesh of the sacred emperor realm was strong enough for Ji Yufei to face the power of the heavens and earth directly. That being said, the force of creation was able to harm his martial flesh too. The force of creation was similar to the secret art of Wu, one of the 9 arcane secrets of the immortal path. It was able to destroy the cultivation of a powerful living being and return it to its original form. It was a kind of fortune that could take away the fortune of others. If an ordinary sacred realm cultivator who had sealed himself broke into the formation of the divine South Heaven, he would most likely be forced back to his original form by the force of creation and be refined by the formation, resulting in his soul being destroyed. However, Ji Yufei had the mountain and river cauldron. Even the force of creation could not take away the fortune of the mountain and river cauldron. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron trembled, and a wave of extreme Dao Qi emanated from the cauldron. No matter how many Dao patterns surged in from all directions, they were blocked. If it weren't for the protection of the Paragon Saint artifact, you would have long been refined to death by my grand formation. The divine sense of the South Heaven godly tribe appeared once again. He was currently in a special state. His flesh had become faint and illusory, as he had merged with the energy of creation. It was not an easy task to activate the force of the heavens and earth. If he was careless, he might even lose his life, as if he was assimilated by the force of the heavens and earth. The South Heaven Divine Highness would become a part of the heavenly Tao. This was the so-called Tao assimilation, where the flesh and soul would turn into a part of the heavenly Tao. Once that happened, the South Heaven supremacy would be done for. The South Heaven supremacy naturally knew how powerful it was. He carefully controlled the power of creation. Watch how I break your fortune formation, Ji Yufei said and sat down with his legs crossed. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the mountain and river cauldron. He was going to use his blood to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The instant the blood came into contact with the mountain river cauldron, it immediately seeped into the mountain river cauldron and disappeared. Ridiculous, trying to awaken the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven supremacy was shocked when he sensed what Ji Yufei was trying to do. It would be a disaster if Ji Yufei successfully awakened the soul of the mountain and river cauldron. Whoosh! The South Heaven supremacy instantly appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron and attacked Ji Yufei, who was sitting on the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! 9 dragons charged out from the South Heaven supremacy's hand, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Ji Yufei ferociously. A powerful wave of God force burst out from the 9 dragons, shaking the rift between the heavens and earth. You finally can't stand it anymore? I'll play with you then. Ji Yufei stood up from the mountain and river cauldron. He took a step forward and dashed out from the void that was enveloped by the power of the mountain and river cauldron. Boom! Ji Yufei was incomparably domineering. He directly threw a punch at the 9 dragons that were pouncing towards him. Powerful chaotic energy erupted from his fist. The 9 dragons were all blown away by Ji Yufei's punch. Although he was unable to remove the seal on his body, his martial body of the Sage King level allowed him to fight against a Sage level existence even without using his Sage King level cultivation. This was the advantage of a martial artist. As long as the martial body was strong enough, he could defeat all opponents. It didn't matter if the opponent was a peerless divine power or a peerless technique. How dare you come out? You're courting death. The figure of the South Heaven hierarch let out a furious roar and charged toward Ji Yufei. 9 dragons circled around him as a powerful force of the heavens and earth surged. The force of the heavenly dragon has been summoned. Ji Yufei was startled when he sensed the aura of a true dragon being emitted from the 9 dragons. Could the South Heaven supremacy really be able to use the force of the heavenly Tao? He could sense that the heavenly dragon brand in the heavenly Tao had been activated. It was supposed to be the force of the heavenly Tao, but it was currently under the control of the South Heaven supremacy. Any living being that defied the natural order would leave a brand on the heavenly Tao as long as they succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly Tao of the heavens and earth. The heavenly dragon brand was a brand left on the heavenly Tao by a true dragon the moment it succeeded in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Roar! The roar of the dragons shook the sky. The 9 dragons were extremely solid, as if they were real heavenly dragons descending upon the world. They displayed an undefeatable aura as their claws tore through the void and lunged at Gu Fei. I'm not afraid even if it's a real heavenly dragon, let alone the power of a brand. Gu Fei's battle intent surged. Chaotic qi surged from his body as 9 chaotic Tao runes were imprinted on his body. The power of the Saint Ruler martial body burst out as he charged forward and fought the 9 dragons in close combat. Bang! He smashed the head of a dragon with a punch, causing blood to splatter. Although it was not a real heavenly dragon, the scene was extremely realistic. Following that, Gu Fei soared into the sky and displayed the 8 steps 8 kills battle skill. He instantly arrived above another dragon and stomped down. Bang! A destructive force surged down from Gu Fei's right foot. He stomped on the body of the dragon, causing its scales and flesh to scatter in all directions. The mountain-like dragon was crushed into 2. This guy, seeing this scene, the figure of divine sovereign South Heaven couldn't help but be shocked. At this moment, he did not come with his real body, but a phantom formed by the power of the great Tao. 2 of the 9 dragons were instantly destroyed by Gu Fei. The remaining 7 dragons couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed either. Gu Fei shattered their bodies one after another and returned to the heavenly Tao. This scene was like a tribulation. Gu Fei had experienced this once, so he naturally knew how to deal with the power of the great Tao. World exterminating wheel of creation. Divine sovereign South Heaven roared furiously. His figure fiercely soared into the sky as countless Tao runes began to gather towards him. His body turned into a wheel and crushed down towards Gu Fei. Rumble, a terrifying world-destroying power descended from the roulette. The void was silently annihilated. Everything was obliterated by this world-destroying power. Nothing was left. This is, Gu Fei's expression turned serious. He raised his head and looked at the wheel that was crushing down from the sky. Using his martial path heavenly eye, he saw countless Tao laws intertwining with each other. This was a world-exterminating wheel formed by the laws of the great Tao. It was also the power of the great Tao. Boom! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly soared into the sky and punched towards the world-exterminating wheel. However, in the next moment, he couldn't help but be shocked. The violent power that surged out from his right fist was actually devoured by the world-exterminating wheel and transformed into the power of the world-exterminating wheel. Rumble, the power of the world-exterminating wheel soared. The power of destruction became even stronger. A large piece of the void was directly destroyed as 9 Tao runes appeared on the world-exterminating wheel. At the same time, the world-exterminating wheel produced an extremely powerful devouring power that sucked in Gu Fei's fist, making it hard for him to break free. What? Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. Roar! He roared angrily and tried his best to retract his fist. However, just as he exerted force, the power that exploded out from his arm was instantly devoured by the world-exterminating wheel. The world-exterminating wheel came crashing down and devoured Gu Fei's entire body. This is, Gu Fei entered a strange void. There was nothing here. It was pitch black without any light. It was like the endless darkness before the heavens and earth were created. He wanted to rush out, but at this moment, the world-exterminating wheel sealed the exit, trapping him completely in this dark void. Haha, you are still too inexperienced. Hierarch Southern Heaven laughed out loud. His figure appeared once again and he stretched out his hand. The world-exterminating wheel flew into his hand and disappeared into the void, as though it had never appeared. Gu Fei was sucked into the nirvana void by the world-exterminating wheel and it was impossible for him to come out. Hierarch Southern Heaven immediately retreated from the state where he was one with creation. The legendary mountain and river cauldron, Hierarch Southern Heaven's real body came to the front of the mountain and river cauldron. He looked at the ancient cauldron that was floating amidst the billions of Tao runes. He was extremely excited. This was an extreme saint tool that had appeared since the era of legends. The era of legends was an extremely ancient era. Some people said that this era could be traced back to the beginning of the heavens and earth. It was an era where gods and demons coexisted and all kinds of Xiantian lifeforms roamed the world. If he could control this saint tool, even if he couldn't challenge a supreme being, he would be invincible below the supreme being level. Just as Hierarch Southern Heaven was feeling excited, he didn't realize that on the mountain and river cauldron, at the place where Gu Fei's blood essence seeped into, a crimson mark appeared. Chapter 2369. The South Heaven Hierarch executed a great art and summoned the world-exterminating wheel, which devoured Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. The Great Destruction Rift was an empty gap between the heavens and earth. It was a foreign space that the South Heaven Divine Highness had unintentionally opened up when he was trying to control the force of creation. It was the first time the South Heaven Hierarch had used such a great art against someone, but he did not expect that he would end up sucking Gu Fei into the Great Destruction Void. One could easily imagine the outcome of Gu Fei being trapped in the Great Destruction Void. Everyone knew that there was nothing in the Great Destruction Void, not even light. There was only endless darkness. It was impossible for the Qi of the heavens and earth to exist in the Great Destruction Void. In other words, if a cultivator were to be devoured into the Great Destruction Void, they would no longer be able to obtain Qi from the outside world, and would eventually die from exhaustion. Gu Fei is dead for sure. The mountain and river cauldron will soon be mine. The South Heaven Hierarch stopped absorbing the energy of creation. His real body appeared in front of the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, millions of runes intertwined with one another, trapping the mountain and river cauldron in the void. The ancient cauldron floated in the endless runes. Even the force of the great Tao was unable to suppress it. However, the cauldron's spirit had yet to awaken. Otherwise, the South Heaven Hierarch would not have dared to approach the mountain and river cauldron. However, as the South Heaven Hierarch was immersed in joy, a blood mark appeared on the mountain and river cauldron. It was a human-shaped blood mark. As soon as the human-shaped blood seal appeared on the mountain and river cauldron, the space behind Supremacy South Heaven suddenly shattered, as a figure broke through the rift and dashed out from it. What? The South Heaven Hierarch was utterly shocked. Without hesitation, he sprang into the sky to dodge the attack from the person behind him. However, his opponent's attack was too fast. As soon as a layer of divine glow appeared on Hierarch South Heaven's body, his opponent's fist had already landed on his back. Bang! Crack! The sound of bones cracking could be heard coming from Supremacy South Heaven's body. The powerful force sent him flying toward the mountain and river cauldron, breaking his spine into pieces. As Hierarch South Heaven flew toward the mountain and river cauldron, the human-shaped blood seal on the mountain and river cauldron transformed into a blood-colored figure that charged out from the mountain and river cauldron. It was a blood-red Gu Fei. One drop of blood, one life. This was one of the characteristics of a Saint King-grade martial body. After cultivating to this level, even if Gu Fei was killed until only a drop of blood remained, he could still rebuild his martial body and restore his peak cultivation. The blood-red Gu Fei was only a phantom, but it emitted powerful life fluctuations. He controlled the mountain and river furnace, and primal chaos energy began to emerge from the mountain and river furnace. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron, which had remained silent for a long time, suddenly buzzed. Following this, a heaven-devouring force burst out from the mountain and river cauldron, wrapping around the godly god South Heaven and devouring him. Rumble! Inside the mountain and river cauldron, the primal chaos energy surged and sealed Hierarch South Heaven. What? Hierarch South Heaven was scared out of his wits. He knew that he was in trouble. After being sealed by the mountain and river cauldron, there was no way he could make a comeback. Humph! Luckily I had a backup plan. Otherwise, I would have been tricked by you. The figure that broke through the void said coldly. He was Gu Fei. The blood-red figure rushed over and entered his body. Buzz! The mountain and river cauldron vibrated again. A vortex appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. The billions of runes floating around the mountain and river cauldron all gathered toward the mountain and river cauldron and were devoured by it. The ancient cauldron was devouring the power of the Great Tao. The power of the Great Tao gathered by the Great Tao formation was extremely powerful. After the mountain and river cauldron refined this power, the ancient ferocious beast on the cauldron became even more lifelike, as if it was about to rush out from the cauldron. The Great Tao formation was no match for the mountain and river cauldron. As the formation crumbled, countless runes flew into the air and were refined by the mountain and river cauldron. The South Heaven Divine Palace, which had not descended from the sky for thousands of years, was on the verge of collapsing. Countless runes appeared on the palace. The pillar of light connecting the sky and the ground began to dissipate. No one had expected this to happen. Hierarch South Heaven had been sucked into the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. As it turned out, although Gu Fei was knocked into the Great Destruction Rift by the South Heaven Divine Palace, he initially thought that it would be difficult for him to find his way out. However, the blood he spat on the mountain and river cauldron played a crucial role when Gu Fei was in a dilemma. Gu Fei was lost in the Great Destruction Rift because there was nothing there, thus it was difficult for him to find his way back to the human realm. On the other hand, Gu Fei's blood had an inexplicable connection with Gu Fei. The blood allowed him to sense the location of the human realm. The South Heaven Divine Palace had thought of everything, but he did not expect that when Gu Fei tried to awaken the cauldron spirit with his blood, the cauldron spirit was not awakened, allowing Gu Fei to escape from the calamity. This palace is not bad. Gu Fei soared into the sky and set foot on the supreme palace in the hearts of the people of the Clear Moon continent. An hour later, the Great Tao formation finally collapsed. All the runes were devoured by the mountain and river cauldron. Even the energy of creation accumulated by the Great Tao formation was completely devoured. Gu Fei sat at the highest point of the South Heaven Divine Palace. When the mountain and river cauldron had devoured all the energy gathered by the Great Tao formation, he reached out his hand and summoned the mountain and river cauldron back to him. It shrunk rapidly and landed on his right hand. This place is. Inside the mountain and river cauldron, in the void, the South Heaven Divine Palace looked around in a daze. He could only see that there was no sky or earth around him, only a vast expanse of whiteness. As soon as the South Heaven Divine Palace entered the void, a figure sitting somewhere in the void suddenly opened his eyes. He has also been sealed here. The man rose into the air and glanced in the direction of the South Heaven Divine Master. What? At that moment, the South Heaven Divine Palace's expression changed. He also sensed a familiar aura coming from afar. It was the aura of a familiar person. South Heaven, it's really you. A figure appeared in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace and stared at him in disbelief. It's you. The South Heaven Divine Palace was shocked when he saw the person. It was Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang of the Purple Sun continent. I didn't expect you to be defeated by that person too. Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang said. Does that guy really want to conquer the ocean? It seems like the ageless demon child won't be able to run away either. The South Heaven Divine Palace was able to guess Gu Fei's goal too. The guy was indeed bold, to think that he wanted to conquer the ocean and become the ruler of the divine ocean. The two were in the same boat. They were both sealed in the mountain and river cauldron by Gu Fei. The two studied it carefully, trying to find a way to leave this place. However, they eventually realized that unless Gu Fei let them go, none of them would be able to escape. The mountain and river cauldron was an extreme Tao sacred weapon that had existed since the Age of Legends. It had a mysterious origin and was able to suppress the heavens. Unless the South Heaven Divine Palace and Heavenly Monarch Zi Yang could become extreme Tao Supremes, they would have a chance of escaping from the mountain and river cauldron. Meanwhile, outside the mountain and river cauldron, Gu Fei held the mountain and river cauldron in his hand and sent a message to his subordinates. Soon, the Iron Blood Daoist, the 12 bandits, and the others led the army to the South Heaven Divine Palace. The sky was covered in darkness, with figures everywhere. The Iron Blood Daoist only led the 5,000 soldiers of Gu Fei. In this battle, not a single one of Gu Fei's 5,000 soldiers died. Everyone was bathed in blood, as if they had walked through a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. On the other hand, The forces of the outer endless sea of the Clear Moon continent that were led by the 12 bandits suffered great casualties. Even the army of the Wood tribe led by the Mulberry Tree Emperor had lost half of their clansmen. Red Dragon, Yarrow Yu, and the others were injured to varying degrees. Even the Meng clan had lost some people. However, in the end, they still won. Everyone was extremely excited. The Clear Moon continent had really changed. No one dared to imagine that they had overthrown the rule of the South Heaven Divine Palace in the Clear Moon continent for thousands of years. Let's celebrate. Facing the army in front of him, Ji Yufei only uttered these words. Following this, the core members of Ji Yufei's group entered the South Heaven Divine Palace and followed behind Ji Yufei into the mysterious hall. After entering the hall of the South Heaven Divine Palace, Ji Yufei walked up to the throne in the middle and sat down. The others took their seats on his left and right. Meng Long, pass on my order. Don't let the people of the outer endless sea wreak havoc. Ji Yufei suddenly said. Yes, Grandmaster. Meng Long immediately rose to his feet and bowed at Ji Yufei, before leaving the hall. The Clear Moon continent has been conquered. What I've said before definitely counts. Luo Xiao, you'll be in charge of the Clear Moon continent from now on. Ji Yufei glanced at the leader of the demonic sky pirates, Luo Xiao. Yes, Master. I'll take good care of the Clear Moon continent and not let Master down. Luo Xiao was overjoyed and immediately stepped forward to accept the order. The leaders of the various tribes from the outer endless sea were extremely envious. Luo Xiao had really picked up a great bargain. A mere leader of the pirates had become the continent lord of the Clear Moon continent. Some people were not convinced, but they did not dare to say anything. Even the South Heaven Divine Palace was not a match for their master, let alone them. Very well, don't be disappointed. Those who participated in the invasion of the Clear Moon continent will be rewarded. I'll grant you the title of king, to guard the 10 godly cities for me. Ji Yufei said. With that, the entire Clear Moon continent would no longer be under Luo Xiao's control. At the very least, the king who guarded the 10 godly cities would not have to pay any heed to Luo Xiao. Ji Yufei needed balance. He didn't need a dictator. He infected the 10 great royal clans, and from then on, the Clear Moon region became a state of fragmentation. Chapter 2370. Ji Yufei had conquered the Clear Moon continent. At that moment, 2 of the 3 continents were under his control. Deep inside the South Heaven Divine Palace, in the stone chamber where the South Heaven Divine Venerate was cultivating in seclusion, Ji Yufei sat with his legs crossed. He was currently thinking about how to conquer the Falling Star continent as soon as possible. Gather the strength of the 2 continents and give the unaging demon child a lightning-fast strike. Upon having this thought, Ji Yufei came out from his seclusion and summoned the leaders of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent for a meeting. Soon, he decided on the plan to conquer the Falling Star continent. The Falling Star continent was said to be the place where the stars in the sky had fallen into the fallen god ocean in ancient times. Among the 3 continents in the ocean, the Falling Star continent was the largest among the 3 continents in terms of size. The combined size of the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent was around the same as the Falling Star continent. The Falling Star continent had a vast territory, with countless powerful tribes living there. Among the tribes, the Beast tribe was the strongest, as it was a continent that was ruled by the Beast tribe. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Star continent. Of course, the Falling Stars continent was actually not a monolithic block. Although the other strong tribes seemed to obey the orders of the old demon child of the demon clan on the surface, many of them were secretly unwilling to submit to the demon clan. However, none of this was something that Ji Yufei had to consider. He wanted to take down the Falling Stars continent as swiftly as a clap of thunder. Soon, the army of the Purple Sun continent had gathered. A teleportation gate had been established between the Purple Sun continent and the Clear Moon continent, allowing the people of the 2 continents to travel freely. Meanwhile, in the Clear Moon continent, various tribes had gathered their forces. The area in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace was crowded with people rising into the sky or joining the battle from afar. The sky was densely packed with soldiers from various tribes in battle armor. A ferocious aura lingered between the heavens and earth. Master, the falling star continent's territory is too vast. The clear moon continent is incomparable to it. Can we really conquer the falling star continent like this? Yarrow Yu said. In front of the South Heaven Divine Palace stood a platform floating in the air. A group of people stood on the platform, led by Ji Fei. Have the people we sent out returned? Ji Fei asked. Master, they have returned. The demon race in the falling star continent doesn't seem to know that we are going to attack them. Iron Blood Daoist said. Very good. Meng Long, beat the war drums immediately. Ji Fei shouted at Meng Long, who was standing at the side of the stage. Yes. In front of the war drum, Meng Long responded. Then, he waved the sledgehammer in his hand and struck the war drum. Boom. 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 The sound of the war drums shook the 9 heavens and spread throughout the heavens and earth. Upon hearing the sound of the drums, the soldiers in front of the South Heaven Godly Palace began to gather. Figures soared into the sky and formed a square formation in the sky. 10 chariots pulled by beasts rushed over and stopped in front of the square formations. The 10 new royal tribes of the Clear Moon continent had arrived with their soldiers. The roars of the beasts shook the sky. In front of the 10 royal tribes, there was another square formation formed by almost 10,000 people. This was the direct force of the Clear Moon continent's continent lord, Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao's strength was only slightly stronger than the 10 new royal tribes. However, there was a limit to how strong he was. The Wood tribe of the 10 royal tribes was even stronger than Luo Xiao. This was because the Wood tribe had a wood mulberry tree emperor, who was an expert in the Great Perfection quasi-sacred realm. Stop! Ji Fei yelled. The sound of the war drums came to a stop. Everyone looked at the figure on the platform. I'll cut to the chase. In this attack on the falling star continent, the land will belong to whoever occupies it. Go, fight for your own territory. Ji Fei said loudly. His voice was heard by everyone. Fight! 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 The 100,000 soldiers raised their arms and shouted. Their voices shook the sky, causing the void to tremble. A murderous aura swept across the area, causing the sky to change color. At this moment, in front of the unique sacred mountain in the Ziyang continent, there were countless soldiers standing in the air in a square formation. In front of the square formation stood a woman in silver armor. This woman was Yang Er. Yang Er was a saint. Only a saint could command the 100,000 soldiers of the Purple Sun continent. Yang Er's assistant was the wise and resourceful leader of the 12 great bandits, Zhuge Liang. Advisor, it's time to go. Yang Er said to Zhuge Liang, who was beside her. Yes. Zhuge Liang nodded and walked forward with the flag in his hand. He raised his hand and threw the flag. Boom! A ball of godly light shot out from the flag. Countless runes appeared and intertwined with each other, forming a huge void door in front of the 100,000 soldiers. Kill! Yang Er shouted loudly and took the lead to rush into the void gate. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers roared angrily and advanced. Their murderous aura soared to the sky. They passed through the void door and rushed towards the Starfall continent. Their battle intent was earth-shattering, causing all living beings to tremble. These 100,000 soldiers were formed by the strongest cultivators of the Purple Sun continent. They represented the strongest battle force of the Purple Sun continent. At the same time, Ji Fei threw out a flag in front of the South Heaven Divine Palace of the Clear Moon continent. A void door formed by godly light appeared in the void. The 100,000 soldiers were filled with battle intent. Under the lead of their generals, they passed through the void door and rushed into the Starfall continent. At this moment, 2 huge void doors suddenly appeared in the sky above the Starfall continent. Powerful waves of energy spread from the void doors, shocking the countless living beings on the Starfall continent. What happened? Could it be that someone crossed regions to come here? Near the void door, powerful beings of the Starfall continent muttered. In the next moment, everyone who had noticed the void door in the sky was dumbfounded. They saw countless murderous soldiers charging out of the huge void door. Roar! The roars of the beasts were earth-shattering. Groups of soldiers rushed out from the void door and attacked in all directions. The sudden change stunned the living beings on the Starfall continent. Boom! After a loud rumble, a mountain range less than 1,000 miles away from the void door suddenly crumbled. Dust rose into the sky. Powerful cultivators of the Starfall continent acted and stopped a general from the Purple Sun continent. Two powerful cultivators were fighting. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, startling countless living beings in the mountains. Who are you? How dare you invade the Starfall continent? A loud shout came from afar. Then, a silhouette appeared in the sky and quickly rushed towards the void door. The silhouette was incomparably powerful. Clouds of blood mist appeared. Chapter 2371. Gu Fei gathered the armies of the Xiang continent and the Haoyue continent and suddenly attacked the Starfall continent. The living beings of the Starfall continent were caught unprepared and were forced to retreat. High up in the sky of the Falling Star continent, there was a huge Void Realm Gate. Countless battle soldiers were rushing out of the Void Realm Gate and killing in all directions. Kill. Countless soldiers formed a square formation. Their murderous intent was shocking. They advanced towards the central region of the Starfall continent like a hot knife through butter. Cities were constantly being taken down by the army. Haha, this city belongs to the Wood race now. A Treant whose body was glowing with a dark green demonic light laughed above a city. This city was already controlled by the Wood race. Gu Fei had said that whoever took down the city would be the one to take it. In other words, this city was already the territory of the Wood race. The Blazing Phoenix race isn't bad either. An expert from the Blazing Phoenix race, one of the 10 royal races of the Haoyue continent, said. The Blazing Wind race had also taken down a sizable city. Rumble. In another direction, an incomparably strong energy wave came. Some experts were fighting. Some experts from the royal races had encountered a strong enemy and were actually stopped. You dare to invade my Starfall continent. You all deserve to die. A young general roared furiously. He charged through a group of battle soldiers, and a dozen or so of them were instantly turned into clouds of blood mist. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. Who are you? Tell me your name. A middle-aged god rushed over and stopped the young general. This was an expert from the deity race. The deity race was said to be the descendants of the ancient gods. There weren't many people in this race, but every one of them was an expert. The deity race was also one of the 10 royal races of the Haoyue continent. The soldiers led by the deity race were all living beings of the deity race. Starfall continent, Wu Shong. The young general stared at his opponent and said coldly, "Very good. I don't kill nameless people. You can die now." The middle-aged god said and pressed forward. Rumble, the void trembled, and the mighty divine power wave from the middle-aged god's body caused the void around him to become very unstable. Kill. The young general, Wu Shong, roared in rage. With a single step, he arrived before the middle-aged god in an instant and punched out. Boom. An extremely powerful ripple of power erupted from Wu Shong's fist. His fist shook the world and the void, the supreme fist force pressing forward. The middle-aged god was shocked. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already above General Wu Shong's head. Heavenly God Hand. The middle-aged god's head was above his feet and his right hand directly pressed down on General Wu Shong. A huge hand appeared in the sky, sealing the void and cutting off all of General Wu Shong's escape routes. Clear Moon Continent's Heavenly God Clan. General Wu Shong was incomparably shocked. How could someone from the Celestial Deity Clan possibly appear here? One had to know that the Celestial Deity Clan only appeared in the vast Moon Province. Falling Star Breaking Moon Fist. General Wu Shong roared in rage. His fist emitted a dazzling divine light. Within the divine light, Tao patterns could be faintly seen and a powerful great Tao energy erupted. General Wu Shong's fists seemed to have transformed into 2 dazzling balls of starlight as they struck upwards. It was as though a huge star had appeared in the sky. Boom! The Heavenly God Hand and the Falling Star Fist clashed together, creating a loud sound that shook the heavens and earth. These two killing techniques were both outstanding. They were both secret techniques that were not passed down and were incomparably powerful. The Heavenly God Hand was a killing technique of the celestial deity clan. It was the inheritance of the ancient celestial deity. The power of the Heavenly God Hand was unquestionable. General Wu Shong's falling star-breaking moonfist was also very powerful. When cultivated to the highest realm, he could shatter the divine moon in the sky with a single punch. The Heavenly God Hand disappeared in the void. The power of General Wu Shong's falling star fist was also blocked. The two experts clashed head-on and were evenly matched. Again. The two experts clashed once again and began a fierce battle. General Wu Shong was an expert of the falling star continent. At the same time, he was also the protector of the city below. He had no choice but to fight these invaders. He could not watch as his clansmen were killed by these invaders. In another direction, an intense battle also occurred. The falling star continent was too vast. The experts on the falling star continent were more numerous than all the experts on the clear moon continent and the purple sun continent combined. In particular, the Yarrow clan of the falling star continent was the strongest race on the falling star continent. The unaging demon child was the demon lord of the falling star continent. He ruled over an entire continent. What? Two void domain gates appeared in the sky. In the central region of the falling star continent, such a voice rang out from a place where the veins of the earth converged. Who exactly is it? How dare they invade my falling star continent? Furious roars rang out from the ancestral vein. Then, many figures left the ancestral land and rushed in all directions. Very soon, the entire falling star continent was on high alert. All the experts were gathered. Rumble, the void trembled. Wild beasts roared high up in the sky. Black war chariots rolled across the sky. Behind the war chariots were groups of soldiers wearing black battle robes and wielding divine spears. The black cloud soldiers of the falling star continent were mobilized. The leader of this group was a great perfection quasi-saint. Kill. A group of soldiers wearing silver battle robes charged towards the black cloud soldiers. These were the soldiers of the silver flood dragon race. Every single one of them was emitting an incomparably powerful energy wave. The silver flood dragon soldiers were one of the strongest races in the purple sun continent. They were also conferred as the purple sun continent's royal family by Gu Fei. The one leading this group of soldiers was the silver flood dragon king. This silver flood dragon king was also a great perfection quasi-saint. In the purple sun continent, he was an invincible existence. If those ancient sages who sealed themselves did not make a move, a great perfection quasi-saint would be invincible in the human realm. Battle cries shook the heavens and the earth. Two extremely powerful soldiers clashed. For a moment, blood and flesh flew everywhere as people fell from the sky. Where there's war, there's death. Even immortals would fall in a war of this level. Die. The leader of the black cloud soldiers roared in rage. Wielding the divine spear, he pierced towards the silver flood dragon king. The tip of the divine spear was emitting a dark light. You're the one who's going to die. The silver flood dragon king was incomparably domineering. He opened his mouth and spat out a divine pearl towards the leader of the black cloud soldiers. The divine pearl contained an extremely powerful energy wave. Clang. The divine pearl collided with the divine spear, producing a metallic sound. The divine spear lost its aim and flew past the side of the silver flood dragon king. HMPH. Chapter 2372. The Silver Serpent clan was a powerful clan in the Xiang continent, and the Silver Serpent king was one of the strongest among them. In the entire Xiang continent, the Silver Serpent king's strength was definitely within the top 10. However, the commander of the Black Cloud clan was not weak either. The two of them fought fiercely, and the Silver Serpent king even revealed his true form. He turned into a silver serpent with a body as large as a mountain. He spat out divine pearls from his mouth, and large swathes of the space shattered under the bombardment of the divine pearls. The commander of the Black Cloud clan also displayed his powerful battle prowess. His entire body was enveloped by a black armor, and only his eyes were exposed. Two beams of black light shot out of his eyes, several feet long. His entire body was shrouded in black aura, and within the black aura, one could vaguely see the patterns of the Great Path. Bzzz. The divine spear in the commander's hand hummed as if it had a life of its own. It emitted extremely powerful ripples, clashing with the divine pearls that the Silver Serpent King had spat out. The sound of the Great Path rang out. Phut! The commander suddenly exploded and shook off the divine pearls. He nailed the Silver Serpent King in the air with his spear. Serpent blood splattered everywhere, and the sky seemed to be raining blood. "So you've been hiding your strength all along," the Silver Serpent King roared. He was pierced by the divine spear, and the explosive power of the Great Path from the spear destroyed his life force. Very soon, his eyes lost their light. The Silver Serpent King had fallen. The commander snorted coldly, but he did not say anything. "Kill. Avenge our king." Although the Silver Serpent King had died, the silver-armored soldiers under his command did not disperse. Instead, they directly charged towards the commander. Rumble. The air trembled. The silver-armored soldiers were unafraid of death. Their eyes were all red, and they exploded with a shocking murderous aura, causing the sky to change color. However, the fate of the silver-armored soldiers had already been decided the moment the Silver Serpent King died. "Kill them all." The commander tossed the corpse of the Silver Serpent King to the side, then gave an order to the soldiers behind him. "Kill them all." The Black Cloud warriors roared in unison as they charged forward. Black chariots rolled across the sky, and the powerful force caused black spatial cracks to appear in the heavens and earth. Commander He-Yun took the lead and charged forward. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, directly killing his way into the battle formation formed by the silver-armored battle soldiers. With a wave of the divine spear in his hand, a large number of silver-armored battle soldiers were directly crushed into a mist of blood. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. The silver-armored battle soldiers and the Black Cloud battle soldiers fought fiercely. People kept falling from the sky, their blood staining the ground below. The battle cries were earth-shattering. In less than an hour, about 10,000 silver-armored warriors had died in battle. "Kill all these invaders," Commander He-Yun roared. His battle intent surged as he led the Black Cloud battle army towards the area where the Void Domain Gate was located. The Silver WOM King died in battle. The news spread. The commanders of the Purple Sun continent were incomparably shocked. One should know that the Silver WM King wasn't a weakling. He was a king of the Purple Sun continent. Jiu Fei had been bestowed the title of king in the Purple Sun continent, and this Silver WM King was bestowed the title by Jiu Fei himself. Outrageous. Do they really think that there's no one left in the Purple Sun continent? An immortal emperor bellowed, then led his 10,000 battle soldiers towards the Black Cloud battle army led by Commander He-Yun. The defeat of the Silver WM King had more or less affected the morale of the Purple Sun continent. The solitary immortal emperor is angry. The consequences will be very serious. Someone said. In the Purple Sun continent, the forces of the solitary prefecture had been directly taken over by Jiu Fei. This solitary immortal emperor was an expert of the solitary prefecture. He had surrendered to Jiu Fei. "You charcoal head, die." The solitary immortal emperor raised his hand and struck out a ball of purple divine lightning at Commander He-Yun. The glaring lightning made it hard for everyone to look at it directly. 9 heavens immortal lightning. Commander He-Yun was taken aback when he saw the solitary immortal emperor's lightning technique. He waved the divine spear in his hand and shattered the purple divine lightning. At this time, the solitary immortal emperor was like a thunder god descending from the 9 heavens. His body bloomed with boundless lightning as he attacked Commander He-Yun. The two great experts were engaged in a great battle. The solitary immortal emperor's strength was much stronger than the Silver WM King. This forced Commander He-Yun to go all out. He couldn't hide his strength like he did against the Silver WM King. Rumble. The solitary immortal emperor was incomparably powerful. He wanted to shroud Commander He-Yun and all the Black Cloud battle soldiers behind him with his 9 heavens immortal lightning. However, Commander He-Yun wasn't a weakling either. The divine spear in his hand was like a real dragon, emitting a terrifying divine might. A large amount of lightning was shattered by the divine spear. Although the solitary immortal emperor was strong, it was difficult for him to capture Commander He Yun and all the Black Cloud battle soldiers in one fell swoop. The two experts were evenly matched. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. At this time, on another battlefield, the battle between the Heavenly God clan from the Clear Moon continent and General Wu Shong from the Falling Stars continent had reached a climax. General Wu Shong was incomparably powerful. He displayed the supreme power of the Falling Stars shattering Moon Fist, forcing the experts of the Heavenly God clan to retreat continuously. The experts of the Heavenly God clan were shocked. This opponent was really strong. 9 stars shattering fist. General Wu Shong let out a furious roar and punched out with all his might. This punch caused the entire world to tremble. 9 balls of divine light exploded around the experts of the deity clan. Boom. A powerful destructive force instantly enveloped the experts of the Heavenly God clan. Then, the experts of the Heavenly God clan were annihilated by this destructive force and died just like that. What? The soldiers of the Heavenly God clan turned pale with fright when they saw this scene. Their commander was killed. This caused quite a commotion among the soldiers of the Heavenly God clan. Kill. After General Wu Shong killed the experts of the Heavenly God clan, he immediately rushed towards the soldiers of the Heavenly God clan. A chilling killing intent emanated from General Wu Shong's body, sweeping in all directions. "I'll deal with you." A loud roar sounded from the sky. Then, a figure descended from the sky, landing in front of General Wu Shong, blocking his path. "Who are you? Are you in a hurry to die?" General Wu Shong stopped and said coldly. "Mph, let's see who's the one courting death." The newcomer sneered. This person was a middle-aged scholar dressed in green and holding a 5-colored feather fan. The middle-aged scholar's body gave off a powerful battle intent. "I don't care who you are. Let's talk after I kill you." General Wu Shong said loudly and directly attacked the middle-aged scholar. This middle-aged scholar with a 5-colored feather fan was the leader of the 12 bandits, Zhuge Liang. Coincidentally, Zhuge Liang was nearby and witnessed the battle between the experts of the Heavenly God clan and General Wu Shong. Who? Zhuge Liang knew how powerful this young general was. He directly swung his fan at him. A 5-colored divine flame rushed out from the 5-colored feather fan, burning towards General Wu Shong. 5 elemental true fire. General Wu Shong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the 5-colored flame. He hurriedly retracted his fist and retreated. The 5-colored feather fan in Zhuge Liang's hand was a powerful immortal weapon named the 5 Elements Fan. This fan was branded with the Tao patterns of the 5 elements. When it was swung, it could release the divine fire of the 5 elements. 9 stars shattering fist. General Wu Shong roared in anger and punched out with his strongest fist. This falling stars shattering moon fist was close to a martial arts battle technique. The powerful fist energy was like 9 stars exploding, tyrannical to the extreme. "This move of yours is useless against me," Zhuge Liang said. After that, he used the 5 elements technique. The void around him distorted and the destructive energy of the 9 stars was all guided away by him. This great technique that could shift the 5 elements was the nemesis of General Wu Shong's 9 stars shattering fist. Who? Zhuge Liang waved the 5 elements fan in his hand again. This time, it wasn't the 5 elemental true fire that rushed out from the fan, but the shadows of 5 divine phoenixes. Swoosh! The divine phoenixes spread their wings and the 5 divine phoenixes soared high into the sky, pouncing towards General Wu Shong. General Wu Shong was shocked. This person was ridiculously strong. He wasn't his match at all. Boom! With a loud bang, General Wu Shong was sent flying, blood spurting out of his mouth. Kill. Zhuge Liang didn't hold back and used his killer move. The 9 divine phoenixes rushed up and rushed into General Wu Shong's body. Roar. General Wu Shong only had time to roar in anger. A 5-colored divine fire burned out of his body, burning him to ashes in an instant. Both his body and soul were destroyed. "Just SOSO," Zhuge Liang said. Just as Zhuge Liang killed General Wu Shong, an extremely powerful ripple suddenly came from the central region of the Falling Stars continent. In the depths of a mountain, a killing matrix rose into the sky. It flew up from the ground and rushed towards a woman in white who was standing in the sky. Voom! The sky shook and countless matrix patterns condensed without dispersing. They triggered a peerless killing intent and rushed towards the woman in white. Is that all you've got? The white-clothed lady still had a calm expression as she faced the incoming killing formation. She faintly uttered such words. In the center of the killing matrix, there was a matrix platform floating. It was covered by endless matrix patterns. An old man stood on the matrix platform. This old man's body was full of mighty power, and he was driving the killing matrix with all his might. If Jiu Fei was here, he would definitely be able to recognize this woman in white. This woman in white was Yang Er. Yang Er has made her move. Just as Yang Er's aura began to explode, on a mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away, a person suddenly turned and looked in Yang Er's direction. This person was Jiu Fei. Chapter 2373. There were not many ancient inheritances in the Falling Stars continent. There was only one cultivation clan that could be passed down to the present era, and that was the True Dragon clan. The ancestor of the True Dragon clan was an invincible true dragon. However, the clan did not only consist of true dragons, but also people with the blood of true dragons flowing in their veins. In the depths of a mountain where true dragons had once been born, Yang Er encountered this clan. At this moment, an old man surrounded by majestic dragon chi controlled a killing formation and charged towards the white-robed female sage standing high in the sky. Rumble, within the killing formation, dragon-shaped Dao patterns intertwined, and an extremely powerful true dragon power rapidly condensed, turning into an absolute killing power. The void trembled under the impact of this power. Yang Er, dressed in snow-white robes, snorted coldly. Then, with a thought, an ancient cauldron rushed out from her body and floated above her head. Buzz! The myriad medicines cauldron shook, and 9 black figures emerged from the body of the cauldron and walked out. This was one of the cauldron's magical powers. Each of the faint black figures exuded an extremely poisonous aura. As soon as the 9 figures appeared, the world was filled with an aura of death that made all living beings' hearts palpitate. Kill. The old man of the True Dragon clan directly charged over, completely without any scruples. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly came from the killing formation. It was as if a true dragon had descended from the killing formation, and the mighty true dragon aura instantly increased by 10 times. What? Sensing the change in the opponent's killing formation, Yang Er could not help but be shocked, but she was fearless. The 9 figures surrounded by black chi rushed down, and in an instant, they fiercely pounced into the killing formation controlled by the old man of the True Dragon clan. These were the poison men refined from the myriad medicines cauldron. These poison men did not have flesh and blood, and were completely formed by the power of the myriad medicines cauldron. As long as the myriad medicines cauldron existed, these poison men would not disappear. Roar! The dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens, and the mountains shook. Within the killing formation, one could vaguely see the shadow of a dragon. After the 9 black figures rushed into the killing formation, there was no movement at all. Sensing that the 9 poisonous bodies were being destroyed by the true dragon's power in the killing formation, Yang Er could not help but feel a little surprised. She felt that she had underestimated this opponent. Let's see if you can refine my cauldron. Yang Er directly controlled the cauldron of myriad medicines and rushed into the killing formation, directly attacking the old man in the formation. Countless Dao patterns appeared on the divine cauldron. This time, there were actually 18 black figures that rushed out of the divine cauldron. The terrifying poison power corroded the void and could destroy the surrounding Dao patterns. Within the killing formation, the old man sensed the changes within the formation and couldn't help being shocked. His opponent's poison was actually able to corrode the formation. A mass of black chi diffused out from the killing formation. Wherever the black chi passed, the formation patterns collapsed and the Dao patterns were destroyed. The power of the killing formation immediately weakened a lot. This is bad. In the killing formation, The old man of the True Dragon clan couldn't help but change his expression when he saw this. Boom! The power of the cauldron of myriad medicines erupted like a volcano. Endless black chi spread out in all directions. Large areas of the formation patterns were corroded by the poisonous chi. Even the true dragon's power condensed by the killing formation could not stop this poisonous chi. How is this possible? The old man of the True Dragon clan was extremely shocked. The killing formation was actually so weak. His opponent's ancient cauldron must be an amazing divine tool. As the killing formation collapsed, the old man of the True Dragon clan immediately rushed out of the killing formation. Without the old man's control, the mass of black chi in the killing formation lost its resistance and spread out rapidly. In the end, it actually swallowed the entire killing formation. The cauldron of myriad medicines of the ancient alchemy saint. The old man of the True Dragon clan stared at the ancient cauldron floating above Yang Er's head with a gloomy expression. This divine tool was not simple. It was a cauldron used by an ancient alchemy saint to refine spirit pills and medicines. This divine cauldron accumulated countless medicinal power and became a terrifying divine tool. It could save people and also transform into the cauldron of myriad poisons to kill people. Swish! The old man stretched out his right hand and a golden divine whip that was 3 feet long appeared in his hand. This divine whip had 81 segments. This is, sensing the aura of a true dragon coming from the divine whip in the old man's hand, even Yang Er's heart was shaken. That golden divine whip seemed to be the spine of a true dragon. The old man waved the divine whip in his hand and attacked Yang Er. As soon as Yang Er thought about it, the 18 black shadows standing around her immediately pounced on the old man. Black chi continuously dissipated from each of the shadows. The old man sneered, then directly waved the golden whip in his hand, and a dragon shadow immediately rushed out of the golden whip to meet the 18 black shadows that rushed over. The 18 golden dragon phantoms rushed over, and the 18 black shadows immediately exploded and turned into a cloud of black gas. The black gas condensed and didn't dissipate, and in the next moment, it turned into 18 black shadows. What? The old man of the True Dragon clan could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Withdraw. At this time, Yang Er directly operated the cauldron of myriad medicines. A black vortex immediately appeared at the mouth of the cauldron. A powerful force that could devour the heavens spread out from the black vortex. The 18 golden dragon shadows were all swallowed into the cauldron by the devouring power emitted by the cauldron of myriad medicines and were then annihilated. The 18 poisonous shadows directly pounced on the old man of the True Dragon clan who was holding the True Dragon divine whip. The old man could not help but change his expression and hurriedly retreated. At the same time, he repeatedly waved the True Dragon divine whip in his hand. Golden dragon shadows soared through the sky and rushed towards the poisonous shadows. Bang! 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 The poisonous body, which was surrounded by black gas, exploded and turned into a black poisonous fog. Buzz! At this time, the True Dragon divine whip in the old man's hand suddenly let out a trembling sound. It actually flew out of the old man's hand and smashed towards the cauldron of myriad medicines above Yang Er's head. Clang! The golden divine whip fiercely smashed on the cauldron of myriad medicines, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The cauldron of myriad medicines was actually sent flying hundreds of meters away. A sacred tool refined from the spine of a true dragon. Yang Er and the cauldron of myriad medicines were sent flying at the same time. She looked at the True Dragon divine whip that was sent flying back, and her eyes flickered. Elder Long, do you need help? At this time, in the ancestral land of the True Dragon clan, 3 figures rushed out. These 3 figures were surrounded by the aura of a true dragon, and there were faint dragon shadows on their bodies. Obviously, these 3 people were the experts of the True Dragon clan. In particular, the leader of these 3 experts was actually a pure-blooded true dragon. This made Yang Er's heart tremble. There was actually a pure-blooded true dragon in the human realm. This was definitely not a trivial matter. If this news were to spread out, it would definitely shake the entire ancestral dragon stars cultivation world. It should be known that even in the ancient times, the true dragon was an absolutely powerful existence. A pure-blooded true dragon had an invincible constitution among the true dragon clan. The aura of this young man was far stronger than the other two. "Young master, why did you come out?" When the old man called Elder Long saw the young man in golden armor, he could not help but be taken aback, and then he said loudly, "Hey!" He did not expect the enemy to be a fairy. Chapter 2374. There weren't many true dragons in the mortal world, and pure-blooded true dragons were even rarer. Although this young man in golden armor was a pure-blooded true dragon, he was only at the greater mastery demisage realm. He was only one step away from becoming a sage true dragon. Swoosh! At this moment, Elder Long wielded the true dragon divine whip and moved quickly in the void, fighting against Yang Er. Yang Er's white robe fluttered in the wind, and her beauty was peerless. The young man was dumbfounded and amazed, as if he had forgotten that she was an enemy. "Young master, hurry up and enter the ancestral grounds." Elder Long shouted at the young man while fighting against Yang Er. "Enter the ancestral grounds? Why?" The young man was confused. This young man was the young master of the True Dragon clan, and the only pure-blooded true dragon in the history of the True Dragon clan. The probability of a pure-blooded true dragon appearing in the True Dragon clan was too low. The appearance of a young master was one of a kind. Therefore, the True Dragon clan was extremely protective of this young master. Even if the young man accidentally hurt himself, it would be a huge matter in the True Dragon clan. It was enough to alarm the elders of the True Dragon clan who had long retired from worldly affairs. The True Dragon clan was powerful enough that even the unaging demon child didn't dare to offend them. Almost no one dared to provoke the young master of the True Dragon clan in the Falling Star continent. A pure-blooded true dragon that grew up under protection was no longer a truly invincible true dragon. The young master of the True Dragon clan had pitifully little fighting experience. He still didn't know how dangerous the situation was. "You two, hurry up and bring the young master back to the ancestral grounds," Elder Long shouted. Bam! While Elder Long was distracted, a huge cauldron emitting a monstrous black aura sent Elder Long flying thousands of jong away. Wisps of poison invaded Elder Long's body and corroded his life force. In just an instant, Elder Long's body withered and he lost more than half of his life force. Roar! Elder Long roared. A dragon shadow rushed out of the True Dragon divine whip in his hand and entered his body from the top of his head. Wisps of black aura immediately seeped out from his pores. The poison that invaded Elder Long's body was forced out by a powerful true dragon power, but his skinny body couldn't recover. The True Dragon clan is only SOSO. Yang Er did not continue to attack. She stood in the void and looked at Elder Long indifferently. "Just who are you? Why have you come to attack my True Dragon clan's ancestral ground?" Elder Long shouted angrily. "That's right. Fairy, who are you? What's your name? Where are you from?" Before Yang Er could say anything, the True Dragon young master, who hadn't left yet, had already shouted, "Young master, let's go." The other two hurriedly pulled on the True Dragon young master, wanting to drag him away. Scram! The True Dragon young lord roared at the two of them. "You're quite an interesting fellow." Yang Er glanced at the True Dragon young master and said with a smile, "Hehe, in that case, I would like to invite you to the ancestral land of the True Dragon clan for a while. How about that?" The True Dragon young master said with a smile. "Sure." Yang Er agreed without much thought. "Young master, she is an enemy." Elder Long could not hold it in any longer as he roared at the True Dragon young master. "Enemy? How could such a beautiful fairy be an enemy? There must be some misunderstanding." The True Dragon young master replied. "Young master, you." Elder Long was shocked and enraged at the same time. He was truly regretting his actions right now. To think that he would have raised the True Dragon young master to such a state. He did not have the disposition of a powerful being at all, and only knew how to play around all day long. If the True Dragon race were to be handed over to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Elder Long seemed to have made up his mind as he charged at Yang Er. A powerful aura burst forth from his body, causing the void to tremble. A shadow of a dragon could be faintly seen on his body. "Elder Long, what are you doing? Don't be rude to this fairy. She's my esteemed guest. The true dragon young master roared at Elder Long. Bring the young master back. Elder Long's face was expressionless as he gave the order to 2 of his race members. Yes. The 2 race members of the true dragon race acknowledged the order hurriedly. They then grabbed the true dragon young master and left quickly. Elder Long, how dare you go against your superiors? The true dragon young master roared out. Let go of me. The true dragon young master wanted to struggle. However, the 2 of them had a cultivation state of greater mastery quasi-sage. Compared to the true dragon young master, they were truly powerful beings. Soon, the voice of the true dragon young master could no longer be heard as he was brought back to the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race by the 2 of them. The true dragon race is about to decline. Yang said. Whether or not our race is declining is not something that you can decide. Elder Long said coldly. The falling stars continent is about to be conquered. Your true dragon race is no exception. Yang was not in a hurry to strike. Could it be you guys? As though he had thought of something, Elder Long could not help but be startled. Submitting is the only way out for the true dragon race. Yang said. Preposterous. Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. He had already guessed the background of this person. To think that they would want to conquer the entire Falling Stars continent. I'll give you half a day to consider. Submit, or become enemies. As Yang said, her figure disappeared into the void. She had teleported out of this place. This, Elder Long was both shocked and enraged. However, there was nothing he could do. He had already received news that someone was attacking the Falling Stars continent. They wanted to conquer this great continent that even the unaging demon child could not truly conquer. The unaging demon child was the ruler of the Falling Stars continent in name. However, some of the ancient legacies did not give the unaging demon child any face. As such, the true dragon race had never taken the unaging demon child's orders seriously. Looks like I'll have to wake up the elders. Elder Long knew that this wasn't something that he could decide. He could only ask the elders to help him. After pondering for a while, Elder Long put away the true dragon whip in his hand and turned around to walk into the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. Soon, a melodious bell rang out in the ancestral grounds of the true dragon race. The sound of the bell contained a kind of power of the Great Path. Not only did it spread throughout the entire ancestral land of the true dragon clan, but it even spread out from the ancestral land of the true dragon clan. It lingered in the world for a long time. Just as the true dragon race was about to make a move, Ji Yufei's side had also begun. He directly charged into the ancestral grounds of the demon race, causing the place to fall into chaos. Roar! A Chileen the size of a small mountain rushed out of the ancestral grounds of the demon race. Its murderous intent was shocking. It opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Ji Yufei whole. Ji Yufei threw a punch, directly turning the Chileen into a bloody mist. Its body and soul were both destroyed. Who dares to invade my race? Are you looking to die? Chapter 2375. The ancestral ground of the demon race was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Peerless experts of the demon race presided over the place. 2 divine beasts and a divine bird charged out as soon as Ji Yufei made his move. However, the hill-sized Chileen that had charged out first was blasted into a bloody mist by Ji Yufei's punch in just a single exchange. When the 5-colored divine bird flew out, it was so shocked by what it saw that it almost fell out of the sky. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously in the ancestral ground of the demon race? Do you want to die? The divine bird spoke in the human language as it stared at Ji Yufei below. A 5-colored demonic light rose from its body, as if a 5-colored sun had appeared in the world. Mph, call the undying demonic child out if you don't want to die. Ji Yufei stood proudly on the peak of the mountain. As the wind blew on his clothes, he gave off an aura of returning to his natural state, as if he was a mortal without any cultivation. If it wasn't for the fact that the divine bird in the sky had personally witnessed Ji Yufei annihilating the incomparably powerful Chileen with a single punch, it wouldn't have believed that such a human could kill a powerful divine beast. What? You dare call my sacred lord that? The divine bird was both shocked and furious. This human was most likely a powerful existence on the same level as the Sacred Lord. Otherwise, why would he dare to come here? One had to know that this was the ancestral ground of the demon race. The ancestral ground of the demon race was definitely a forbidden ground for the major forces of the entire Starfall continent. This was because this was the ancestral ground of the strongest force on the continent. Ever since the undying demonic child unified the entire Starfall continent, no one had dared to attack the ancestral ground of the demon race. However, someone had actually come here today. The ancestral ground of the demon race was protected by an ancient formation of the demon race. Even an Empyrean saint might not be able to break into the ancestral ground. This human had overestimated himself. Gu Fei ran out of patience as the multicolored divine bird pondered. He disappeared from the top of the mountain and reappeared in the next moment. He was high up in the sky, above the multicolored divine bird, and landed on its back. What? The five-colored sacred bird was so shocked that it almost fainted from fright. Don't kill me. The five-colored divine bird was terrified to the extreme. Only now did it truly realize just how powerful and terrifying this human was. Although the multicolored bird was powerful, it was completely powerless in front of Gu Fei. It was as weak as an ant. Who are you? At this moment, an angry roar rang out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. A black-haired middle-aged man walked out from the ancestral grounds of the demon clan. He took a few steps and arrived high up in the sky. Yes. When Gu Fei saw this middle-aged man, he couldn't help being surprised. This middle-aged man wasn't a demon, but a human. Furthermore, he was an ancient saint. As a human, why are you in the ancestral land of the demon race? Gu Fei asked. I'm the sworn brother of the demon race's holy lord. Why do you think I'm in the demon race's ancestral land? The middle-aged man said. Oh. Gu Fei couldn't help being startled when he heard this. This person was actually the unaging demon child's sworn brother. Alright, I don't care who you are. I just want to know if the demon race will surrender or fight. Gu Fei was very straightforward. What? The sworn brother of the unaging demon child was shocked. This human actually wanted to conquer the demon race of the Falling Stars continent. Was that even possible? Since it wasn't easy for you to cultivate, you should leave. I don't want to kill you. The middle-aged man stared at Gu Fei and said coldly. Mr. Wu, save me. The five-colored divine bird under Gu Fei's feet begged the middle-aged man for help. Mr. Wu. Gu Fei's eyes flickered as he looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. You're not an ancient saint, so you're no match for me. Mr. Wu said. Is that so? Gu Fei smiled and said, I'm not sure how strong you are compared to Heavenly Monarch Ziyang and Supremacy South Heaven. What? Could it be that you, Mr. Wu couldn't help but be startled? One should know that Heavenly Emperor Ziyang and the South Heaven Supremacy were two of the three overlords of the Tenglong continent. Mr. Wu knew that he was no match for the three overlords. If his cultivation was stronger than the unaging demon child, he would have become the master of the Falling Stars continent long ago. You better call the unaging demon child out. Gu Fei stood on the back of the five-colored divine bird and said indifferently. My brother is not here. It seems like you've made a wasted trip. Mr. Wu said. Is that so? Can you tell me where the unaging demon child is now? Gu Fei looked at Mr. Wu with a faint smile and said. There's no harm in telling you. He's at the heavens horizon. Mr. Wu sneered and said. Although he was the sworn brother of the unaging demon child, the reason why he became sworn brothers with the unaging demon child was because of benefits, not because of some **T loyalty. In the eyes of an existence of this level, the most important thing was his own benefits. Heaven's horizon, what kind of place is that? Hearing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but ponder. You haven't even heard of Heaven's horizon? Mr. Wu was very surprised. At this moment, the news of the invasion of a powerful enemy had alarmed all the experts in the demon clan's ancestral land. Powerful figures rushed out from the ancestral land of the demon clan. The originally peaceful ancestral land of the demon clan was suddenly filled with demonic aura. When these demons saw Ji Yufei standing on the back of the five-colored divine bird, and the five-colored divine bird was trembling, not daring to move, they were all shocked. One should know that the five-colored divine bird was an extremely powerful divine bird. Such a powerful divine bird was actually being stepped on by a human, and it didn't dare to resist. Could it be that this human was a peerless, powerful being? Should I know about this place? Ji Yufei asked. This was the first time he heard of the name Heaven's Horizon. Heaven's Horizon, one of the 3 forbidden areas of the God-Down Sea. You actually don't know about it. I know, you are an outsider. Could it be that you are a saint of the Tenglong continent? Mr. Wu suddenly came to a realization. He looked at Ji Yufei in disbelief, as if he wanted to see through Ji Yufei inside and out. Ji Yufei looked at Mr. Wu deeply, then said to the five-colored divine bird, "Let's go, take me to Heaven's Horizon." You, what did you say? The five-colored divine bird was so shocked that it stuttered. It was not the ageless demon child. Heaven's Horizon was an extremely evil place. Only those who entered could enter, but not leave. Take me to Heaven's Horizon, and you won't have to die. Ji Yufei said. But if we go to Heaven's Horizon, I won't be able to live even without your help. The five-colored divine bird said. If you don't take me there, you won't be able to live now. Ji Yufei's voice became cold, and killing intent surged from his body. Fine. Chapter 2376. Heaven's Horizon was known as one of the 3 forbidden areas in the God-Down Sea, but now, there were only 2 forbidden areas left. The Island of Life no longer existed. A blood-colored cliff that was as tall as the sky towered above the sea. Bloody mist lingered above it, and a fishy wind whistled through the air. However, the strange thing was that the sea around the cliff was strangely calm. The fishy wind on the cliff did not seem to be blowing from the cliff. At this time, Ji Yufei was riding the five-colored divine bird toward the Heaven's Horizon. On the way to Heaven's Horizon, Ji Yufei had already sent a telepathic message to Yang telling her to command the troops from the Xiang continent and the Haoyue continent. She was to halt all operations and wait for his return. As a result, the troops from the Haoyue continent and the Xiang continent gathered together and set up camp near the Void Realm Gate. At this moment, more than half of the Starfall continent had been conquered by the 2 continents. Both sides had suffered countless casualties, and those who survived were the strongest of the strongest. In fact, this was also a method of training soldiers. Only soldiers who had truly experienced great battles and survived would be the strongest soldiers. It had to be said that the experts from the Starfall continent were truly outstanding. The 2 continents under Ji Yufei's command suffered great losses, with many nobles falling. Even Zhuge Liang, one of the 12 bandits, was injured. Half of his body was burned by a 5-colored peacock's innate 5-elemental true fire. Of course, at Zhuge Liang's level of cultivation, it was not difficult to regenerate flesh and blood. However, the innate 5-elemental true fire could restrain his 5-elemental fan. "Boss, why are you in such a sorry state?" The other bandits were shocked to see Zhuge Liang retreat in defeat. One should know that Zhuge Liang was almost a saint. In fact, Zhuge Liang and the Red Dragon were already qualified to break through to the saint level. However, they were not in a hurry. They still needed to consolidate their foundations. Triggering a saint's heavenly tribulation was too important. If they were not careful, their bodies and souls would be destroyed. They would not attempt it unless they were confident that they could pass the saint's heavenly tribulation. I encountered a powerful feathered beast. Zhuge Liang didn't want to say much, so he found a place to recuperate in seclusion. The other bandits were all incomparably shocked. A divine bird that could injure Zhuge Liang, could it be a sacred bird? Otherwise, how could it possibly injure Boss Zhuge? However, Yang was stationed near the Void Realm Gate, so no powerful beings dared to invade her. Even some holograde beings were wary of her. At this time, all the powerful races on the Falling Star continent knew that there was an invasion from another continent. After asking around, all the races were shocked to the extreme. The factions that suddenly attacked the Falling Star region were actually the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region. Two continents from the outer seas had joined forces to attack the falling star continent. This kind of thing had never happened before, because the rulers of the three continents knew that if one of the continents and the other suffered heavy losses, the remaining continent would be able to unify the outer seas. It was also because of this that the rulers of the three continents had always lived in harmony and did not want to have any conflicts. But now, the Purple Sun region and the Vast Moon region actually joined hands to attack the Falling Stars region. How could this not shock the various clans of the entire Falling Stars region to the extreme? However, at this time, the immortal demon child had gone to the heavens horizon. Just when the dragons were without a leader, the people attacking the Falling Star region suddenly stopped, and they even retreated to some regions. This baffled everyone. Soon, news spread that the leader of these invaders had gone to find the immortal demon child. Could it be that these people want to conquer the entire Falling Star region? Someone said something like that. Just when the various clans of the Falling Star region were on guard against a great enemy, Gu Fei rode the five-colored divine bird and arrived at the heavens horizon. The five-colored divine bird's flying speed was extremely fast. With a flap of its wings, it traversed 1,000 miles in an instant. Even so, it still took several hours to arrive at the heavens horizon. What's going on? Gu Fei rode the five-colored divine bird and came to a stop high up in the sky. He looked at the towering blood-colored cliff in front of him, only to see a bloody mist permeating the air. A heart-palpitating aura was emanating from the cliff. Vaguely, Gu Fei seemed to see an incomparably huge blood-colored figure appearing in the void, as if there was an ancient heavenly beast lurking in front of him. This little demon shall not accompany you in. The five-colored divine bird said to Gu Fei carefully. It knew that if the other party wanted to kill it, it would be as easy as blowing off dust. This human was simply too frightening. Let's go. Gu Fei left the five-colored divine bird and walked in the void. With every step he took, he would appear 1,000 miles away. The five-colored divine bird looked at this scene in utter shock. This human's speed was even scarier than its own. Could this human really have the strength to fight against a holy master? The five-colored divine bird could not help but break out in a cold sweat. It then turned around and flew off without even looking back. The heavens horizon was a horrifying place. No one knew just how tall the blood-colored cliff was. It was so gigantic that even Gu Fei's consciousness could only cover a small portion of it. Even though the cliff looked really close, Gu Fei took more than 2 hours to walk to a distance that was less than 10,000 miles away from the blood-colored cliff. By the time Gu Fei got closer, a blood rain was pouring down from the blood-colored cliff. A sinister wind was howling as though some sort of demonic beast was rushing out of the cliff. The strange thing was that the surface of the sea was as calm as a mirror despite the sinister wind blowing. There wasn't a single ripple at all. A foul stench came from up ahead. Gu Fei was taken aback. Could this blood rain truly be formed from the essence blood of a living being? Otherwise, how could there be such a heavy stench of blood? Gu Fei looked at the surface of the sea carefully. To his surprise, there was something moving beneath the calm surface of the sea. Opening his martial Dao heavenly eye, he was instantly dumbfounded by what he saw. Beneath the surface of the sea, there were countless skeletons rolling about. It was as though countless vengeful souls had been sealed within this region of the sea. Countless living beings have perished here in the past. Gu Fei muttered to himself. The surface of the sea was calm, but there were countless skeletons rolling about. Gu Fei felt that the heavens horizon wasn't as simple as it seemed. Why did the unold demon child want to come to a place as dangerous as the heavens horizon? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, thunder boomed. Within the blood-colored clouds above the blood-colored cliff, streaks of blood-colored lightning were wreaking havoc. An aura that caused even Gu Fei's heart to palpitate spread out from the heavens horizon. Demon. Chapter 2377. There's a demonic nature here. Gu Fei tried to sense the demonic nature, but he soon realized that he couldn't pinpoint the source of the demonic nature. It was as if the demonic nature had appeared out of thin air. Gu Fei walked towards heaven's horizon. As he approached, The demonic nature emitted from heaven's horizon grew even more intense, as if a peerless demon had been alerted by Jiu Fei. Could this be a burial ground for demons? Very soon, Jiu Fei arrived at the bottom of the bloody cliff. Only now did he realize that there were many holes on the bloody cliff. These holes were definitely dug by humans. That was because there were stone coffins in those holes. Someone's raising demons. A cold light flashed in Jiu Fei's eyes. Obviously, someone was aware of the demonic nature of heaven's horizon. Hence, many living beings were buried here, and many caves were dug. Jiu Fei directly ascended into the sky. Just as he reached a height of 10,000 zhong, a stone coffin in a cave on the cliff suddenly exploded. A figure shrouded in black qi rushed out of the blown-up sarcophagus. An extremely powerful demonic aura erupted from the black figure. It really became a demon. Jiu Fei was shocked. Although he knew that someone was using the demonic nature of heaven's horizon to raise demons, not just any living being could become a demon. Moreover, if the person who raised the demon buried a corpse in the cave, then even if the corpse underwent demonic transformation, it would only become a demonic corpse without any consciousness and only knew how to kill. Roar! The demonic figure let out a roar and pounced towards Jiu Fei. At this time, the sky was still raining blood, and blood-colored lightning bloomed in the sky. Bang! Jiu Fei casually threw a punch, and the demonic shadow that was pouncing at him immediately exploded. It was punched into a cloud of black mist and dissipated in the rain of blood. He continued to fly upwards. On the bloody cliff, more and more stone coffins exploded, and demonic creatures rushed out, pouncing towards Jiu Fei. However, they were all smashed to pieces by Jiu Fei's punch. However, Jiu Fei discovered that the higher he went, the older the stone coffins became, and the demonic creatures that rushed out from them became stronger. Roar! When Jiu Fei reached a height of 90,000 zhong, an ancient stone coffin exploded with a deafening roar. Immediately, demonic energy surged into the sky. An extremely powerful demonic energy burst out, dispersing the blood clouds around the cliff. Jiu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei's body trembled as he looked at Jiu Fei. Two spots of bloodlight were faintly discernible in the demonic qi. This demonic creature was very strong, at least at the half-step saint level. The terrifying demonic might caused the void to tremble. However, what really shocked Jiu Fei was that he sensed a faint wave of divine will coming from the demonic qi. This, he couldn't help but be moved. This demonic creature was not simple. After so many years, it actually developed a trace of spiritual wisdom, which was far from being comparable to ordinary demonic creatures. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew out from the cave, and then, the demonic creature did not directly pounce towards Jiu Fei. Instead, it opened its mouth and spat out a ball of demonic fire, burning towards Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei did not hesitate. He still threw out a punch, and the powerful martial arts force directly dispersed the demonic fire. The remaining power did not dissipate, and even shook the demonic creature into the cave. Who set all this up? Jiu Fei muttered to himself. Could it be the unold demon child's doing? If the unold demon child really came to this place, then he would also alarm the demonic creatures on the blood cliff. Now, it seemed that the unold demon child might not have come to heaven's horizon. Perhaps he had a way to not alarm the demonic creatures in the cave. Roar! The demonic creature that was sent flying into the cave by Jiu Fei's punch roared and rushed out of the cave again. This time, Jiu Fei directly threw out the sky-covering palm, directly smashing the demonic creature into a ball of blood mist, and then continued to fly upwards. However, heaven's horizon seemed to have no end. The higher he went, the stronger the demonic nature, and the more powerful the demonic creatures he encountered, which made Jiu Fei inexplicably shocked. The higher he went, the fewer caves there were on the rock walls. However, the demonic creatures that rushed out of the stone coffins were also becoming more and more terrifying. A blood corpse was the best among demonic creatures. It turned into a blood fiend and breathed out blood-colored demonic energy, fighting relentlessly against Jiu Fei. In the end, Jiu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao, the void character, to slay the blood fiend. After killing the blood fiend, Ji Fei didn't stop and rushed straight up. Even when the stone coffins exploded and terrifying demonic creatures rushed out, he didn't care. He possessed the world's fastest speed, so these demonic creatures couldn't catch up to him. In the end, he actually rushed out of the starry sky and arrived at the end of heaven's horizon. At the end of heaven's horizon was a scene that left Ji Fei in disbelief. The blood cliff was so tall that it towered above the starry sky. At the end of heaven's horizon was a boundless blood-colored land. An ancient bronze coffin sat there all by itself, and a tiny figure sat cross-legged beside it. The figure next to the coffin was the unold demon child. "I didn't expect you to come too." The unaging demon child, who was sitting cross-legged beside the ancient bronze coffin, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. "This is the demonic origin." Ji Fei looked at the coffin and said. The demonic origin he mentioned was the source of demonic nature. He never would have thought that the source of demonic nature in heaven's horizon was actually an ancient bronze coffin. "Are you interested in opening this coffin with me?" The unold demon child stood up from the ground and looked at Ji Fei calmly. "What do you want?" Ji Fei stared at the unold demon child and said. This ancient bronze coffin was actually the source of heaven's horizon's devilish nature. One could imagine that the thing inside the ancient bronze coffin was absolutely extraordinary. This unaging demon child actually wanted to open the coffin. Could it be that he wanted to release the terrifying devil inside? "I don't want to do anything. The main reason why this place is called a dangerous place is because of this ancient bronze coffin. I want to see what's inside," the unold demon child said, and a strange smile suddenly appeared on his face. "Since you know, why do you still want to release the demonic creatures inside?" Ji Fei said. He stared at the unold demon child and emitted a powerful battle intent. No matter how powerful you are, you can't beat me here." The unold demon child's voice became cold. "Is that so? We'll only know after we fight." Chapter 2378. On heaven's horizon, Ji Fei approached the unold demon child step by step. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. When he took 9 steps, the void around him began to tremble. This place, at this moment, Ji Fei suddenly felt that something was amiss. Boom! Right at that moment, a large hand slammed towards him from the front, directly blasting him 10,000 meters away. If it weren't for his Saint King-grade martial body being incomparably tough, he would have been smashed to pieces long ago. "You only realized it now? It's a little too late." The unold demon child's voice sounded in front of Ji Fei. He was like a shadow, instantly approaching Ji Fei and slapping at Ji Fei again. Roar! Ji Fei roared angrily. 9 chaotic Dao patterns rushed out from his chaotic martial body. In an instant, he undid the seal on his body. Bang! At the moment when Ji Fei undid the seal, a small, jade-like palm had already slapped his chest. The powerful force caused his chest to collapse and he was sent flying again. This was the powerful force of a demon venerable. Even though Ji Fei had a saint ruler chaotic martial body, he was still injured. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of Ji Fei's mouth. "You already knew this place." Ji Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared coldly at the unold demon child. "That's right. Do you think anyone can reach heaven's horizon?" The unold demon child said. It turned out that heaven's horizon was not a place where demons were buried. In the distant past, a chaotic divine demon had fallen here and its demonic blood had dyed heaven's horizon red. That chaotic divine demon was extremely powerful. Even though it had died countless years ago, its power of laws still affected heaven's horizon. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not descend. "You're only a puny saint ruler. So what if you're the successor of the martial ancestor? You're nothing before me," the unaging monster child said proudly. Who was he? He was the monster sovereign, the ruler of the Starfall continent. Although Ji Fei was the successor of the martial ancestor, he was still only a saint ruler. After all, there was a difference of a few small realms between a holy king and a venerable. The division of strength above the sage level was still very obvious in the cultivation world. Above the sage king was the sage emperor, and above the sage emperor was the advanced sage realm. Only those who had surpassed the advanced sage realm could be called the venerable among the sages. After reaching the saint level, every small realm advancement was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, and every small realm advancement would raise one's strength to a whole new level. If a sage king went up against a sage emperor, he would only end up being crushed. If it had been an ordinary sage ruler, his body and soul would have been destroyed by the unaging demon child's 2 palms. "Mph, is the venerable very strong?" Ji Fei said disdainfully. At this moment, his chest, which had caved in after being hit by the unaging demon child, was instantly healed, as if he had never been injured. On the divine island of life, if it weren't for your mountain and river cauldron, you would have died many times over. Demonic runes appeared in the unaging demon child's eyes. "Let's talk about it when you can really kill me." Ji Fei was very calm. Against a venerable, an extreme Dao sacred weapon might not be useful. His opponent would not just stand there and let him kill him with an extreme Dao sacred weapon. The reason why he was able to put Supremacy South Heaven and Supremacy Ziyang into the mountain and river cauldron was partly due to luck. "If that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish," the unaging demon child said as he continued to attack. Water vapor surged, and a huge water blue dragon charged out from the unaging demon child's body, pouncing at Ji Fei. Water elemental power. Ji Fei moved his feet, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps, and instantly dodged the attack. Roar. The water dragon roared as if it had a life of its own. It chased after Ji Fei, its murderous aura soaring into the sky. Ji Fei snorted coldly and threw a punch at the incoming water dragon. The moment he punched, streams of chaotic Dao runes appeared on his fist, and a powerful chaotic force erupted. Boom! Ji Fei pressed forward, clashing directly with the unaging demon child. The powerful chaotic force blasted the head of the water dragon that was pouncing at him. The violent force swept out in all directions, causing the void to tremble. What's going on? At this moment, although Ji Fei was sent flying again, he carefully realized that both his power and the unaging demon child's power were gathering towards the ancient bronze coffin. On the ancient bronze coffin, some ancient runes appeared faintly. Again. The unaging demon child instantly pressed forward. With just 1 step, it had already caught up with Ji Fei, who was flying backward. It stretched out its hand, and a blue hand broke through the void, slapping towards Ji Fei. An extremely powerful force spread out from the blue hand, and countless blue Dao runes appeared on the hand, triggering the power of the great path of the venerable level. Rumble, a large area of the void collapsed and was annihilated by the blue hand. It was like a hand of destruction that emitted terrifying destructive power. Under the giant hand, everything ceased to exist. As the giant hand slapped down, Ji Fei only felt that his body was about to be torn apart. Even someone as strong as the chaotic martial body felt like it was about to collapse at this moment. Preposterous. Ji Fei's body was surrounded by chaotic Dao runes. 9 primordial Dao runes emerged from his martial body, intertwining with the power of a sage king. However, such power was still unable to resist the unaging demon child's power of the great path of the venerable level. Streaks of blood appeared on Ji Fei's body, and he was about to collapse. Roar. Ji Fei roared, and his long hair danced in the wind. His eyes emitted a sharp gaze that was like 2 divine swords, and an illusion of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body. Buzz. The void trembled, and as soon as the illusion of the ancient cauldron appeared, the blue hand that slapped down from the sky was immediately shaken off and dissipated in the void. The blue hand that dissipated turned into specks of spiritual light, and then gathered towards the ancient bronze coffin, which silently devoured them. Could it be that the thing inside is still alive? The unaging demon child muttered to himself. He stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance, and the expression on his face kept changing. The mountain and river cauldron is indeed the supreme sage artifact with the strongest defense in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The unaging demon child's attention was focused on Ji Fei again. He couldn't help but be moved when he saw the disappearing illusion of the ancient cauldron on Ji Fei's body. It was just an illusion, but it already had the power of a venerable level. With the protection of the mountain and river cauldron, This guy was already in an invincible position. Thinking of this, the unaging demon child's expression became a little ugly. You can't kill me yet. Chapter 2379. You're too arrogant. The unold demon child looked at Ji Yufei with a glint in his eyes. A powerful holy venerable aura erupted from his body, causing the entire world to become unstable. Heaven's horizon was a very special place. Here, the natural laws of heaven and earth were formed. Even the power of heaven's wrath could not descend upon this place. The three great forbidden lands of the outer seas were forbidden lands that no living creatures dared to approach. Not many could walk out of such a place alive. Someone was raising demons at heaven's horizon. Those powerful demonic creatures were nothing to Ji Yufei, but they were definitely a nightmare for ordinary cultivators. Most importantly, the demonic nature of heaven's horizon could demonize living creatures. Even the most powerful of living creatures would face the danger of chi deviation if they stayed here for too long. There was also the bronze coffin at the top of heaven's horizon, which made Ji Yufei feel even weirder. The coffin could actually devour his and the unold demon child's powers. I'm not being arrogant, but you're too weak. Ji Yufei was very domineering. Even when facing venerables, this was a manifestation of his invincible confidence. Who cared about venerables? As long as he was invincible, he would be fearless. Kid, I suddenly don't want to kill you anymore. I want to refine you into my war pet. The unold demon child looked at Ji Yufei and suddenly grinned. Its white teeth seemed to be glowing. War pet Ji Yufei couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Not many people can be trained into battle pets by me. You should be proud of yourself. The unold demon child looked at Ji Yufei and said, Is that so? Then do you want me to kneel and beg you to refine me into a war pet? Ji Yufei said coldly. I'll let you witness the power of my war pet. The unold demon child reached out his right hand and drew a line in the air in front of his chest. A void passage immediately appeared in the air. Then, 3 figures walked out from the void passage. After the 3 figures walked out of the void passage immediately closed. This is, when Ji Yufei saw the 3 figures, his pupils involuntarily shrank. 3 strange beasts walked out of the void tunnel. These 3 strange beasts were not ordinary beasts. They were all untainted remnant species. The red Cheline, the 3-headed flood dragon, and the black water mystical serpent. These 3 surviving species of the untainted land were extremely powerful. They were all ferocious beasts above the saint level. In particular, the scarlet Cheline's bloodlust soared into the sky. A murderous aura that could change the color of heaven and earth emanated from the body of this ferocious beast. This is your battle pet. Ji Yufei was very shocked. These were all powerful beings that could become overlords of a region. That's right, let them play with you. The unold demon child said. Then I'll let you experience the power of my indestructible war body. As Ji Yufei spoke, he also opened up his inner world. A figure walked out from his inner world and an extremely powerful aura emanated from the figure. What? The unold demon child could not help but be surprised when he sensed the powerful aura coming from the figure. He knew why the opponent called this indestructible war body. This indestructible war body actually contained immortal divinity. This indestructible war body is mine. The unold demon child ordered the 3 untainted beasts. The 3 untainted beasts immediately pounced on the indestructible war body. The scarlet Cheline and the 3-headed flood dragon charged at Ji Yufei, while the black water mystical serpent faced off against Ji Yufei's indestructible war body. The huge serpent's body was like a mountain, crushing down on the indestructible war body. Bang! Ji Yufei slapped the 3-headed flood dragon away, and then collided with the scarlet Cheline. Both sides were pushed back by the other's strength. Although they are battle pets, they still have their own consciousness, apart from listening to my commands. The unold demon child said. Ji Yufei couldn't help but be moved. The battle pet was extraordinary. To a certain extent, although it had lost its freedom, it wasn't a real puppet. The 2 untainted beasts blocked Ji Yufei's path and attacked Ji Yufei. Boom! The scarlet Cheline opened its mouth and spat out a crimson divine flame, burning towards Jiu Fei. Under the scorching heat of the divine flame, the void was silently annihilated. Jiu Fei ignored the divine flame and rushed into the sea of fire. He passed through the divine flame and arrived above the Scarlet Cheline. He then stomped down on the Scarlet Chiline's head. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared under Jiu Fei's feet, like black lightning. A terrifying destructive power surged out from his feet. 8 steps, 8 kills. Jiu Fei used the 8 kills steps. Bang! The Scarlet Cheline was stomped down from the sky by Jiu Fei's foot, smashing heavily into the blood-colored ground. The blood-colored ground was actually extremely hard. When the Scarlet Cheline smashed into it, it didn't even leave a mark. This shocked Jiu Fei. Could it be that the Scarlet Cliff contained an immortal demonic nature? The demonic nature of the demon ancestor, born from the chaos, was immortal. At that moment, Jiu Fei's indestructible battle body grabbed the Blackwater mystical snake's tail with one hand and swung the enormous Blackwater mystical snake into the air, smashing it into the ground. Jiu Fei was no stranger to the Blackwater mystical snake. Back in the icy azure pool of Taishan Mountain, he had encountered a Blackwater mystical snake. However, that Blackwater mystical snake had only been a young snake, while this one was definitely an adult Blackwater mystical snake. They could not be compared at all. The power of an adult Blackwater mystical snake was undeniable. However, it was a pity that this adult Blackwater mystical snake had encountered Jiu Fei's indestructible battle body. The indestructible battle body contained immortal divinity. No matter how injured the Blackwater mystical snake was, even if it was smashed to pieces, it would be able to reform its body immediately. It could be said that ordinary methods would not be able to kill the indestructible battle body. As such, this Blackwater mystical snake was doomed. This indestructible battle body is really not bad. The unold demon child looked at Jiu Fei's indestructible battle body, his eyes shining. Kill. Jiu Fei's indestructible battle body roared and rushed down from the sky. As he waved his hands, 2 golden blades of light shot out towards the Blackwater mystical snake below. The Blackwater mystical serpent sensed the danger. It roared, and its gigantic body quickly shrunk. The 2 blades of light missed its target. Swoosh! The Blackwater mystical snake became several feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Jiu Fei's indestructible battle body. Chapter 2380. An adult Blackwater mystical serpent was extremely powerful and was said to be able to devour ancient deities. Among the 3 battle pets of the unaging demon child, there was actually an adult Blackwater mystical serpent. This made Jiu Fei's heart shiver. This Blackwater mystical snake was definitely a sacred level being. Even though it had become the ageless monster's battle pet, it still retained its greatest strength. Swish! The Blackwater mystical snake shrunk to a few feet long. Like a black demonic arrow, it pierced through the air and shot towards Jiu Fei's indestructible body. Jiu Fei's indestructible body didn't have time to react. The Blackwater mystical snake pierced through his chest and a beam of black light went through the indestructible body's back. The indestructible war body contained the immortal divinity, which was a killing tool known as indestructible. It was pitilessly powerful. Although the Blackwater mystical serpent had pierced a big hole in his chest, that big hole was rapidly shrinking, and eventually disappeared, as if that big hole had never appeared. It really is the indestructible body, the ageless monster exclaimed. The Blackwater mystical snake was his battle pet. No one knew better than him how powerful and terrifying the Blackwater mystical snake was. The Blackwater mystical snake's venom could even kill a sacred level being. However, even though the Blackwater mystical snake had pierced through Jiu Fei's indestructible body, it didn't care about the snake's venom at all. Swish! After the dark water mystical serpent pierced through the indestructible body, it made a turn in the air and flew back, continuing to shoot towards the indestructible martial body. This time, the indestructible war body was prepared. His right hand slapped at the Blackwater mystical snake, and his entire palm turned golden. The Blackwater mystical snake was knocked away by the indestructible body's palm. When the indestructible body's palm collided with the Blackwater mystical snake, a metallic sound was heard. At this moment, a black mist rushed out of the Blackwater mystical snake's body. Then, a silhouette emerged from the black mist. A young man in black armor walked out of the black mist. The Blackwater mystical snake had turned into a human. The dangerous aura it emitted was even more intense. At the sacred level, any living being could turn into other things. It wasn't difficult for the Blackwater mystical snake to turn into a human. Bang! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle body didn't hesitate and directly used the 5-element fist. It conjured the 5-element battle domain and pulled the black-robed youth into it. What? The unaging demon child was shocked. He never imagined that Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique could unleash such a powerful divine ability. By this time, the Scarlet Cheline and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor had already been beaten to a pulp by Gu Fei. The Scarlet Chiline's Cheline horn had already been broken by Gu Fei's punch, and one of the 3-headed Dragon Emperor's head had been exploded by Gu Fei's kick. Useless thing. The unold demon child charged directly at Gu Fei. His powerful Saint Venerate aura spread out in all directions. 9 water-blue Tao patterns appeared on his body and turned into 9 divine halos that circled around him. The Kai Cheline and the 3-headed Dragon Emperor hurriedly retreated. They knew that the other party had already shown them mercy. Otherwise, they would have long been killed by this human. Don't waste your energy. You don't have the qualifications to make me your war pet. Gu Fei was very calm because he had the mountain and river cauldron to protect him. Even if the cauldron had not awakened, it was still not something that the unold demon child could contend against. How would you know if you don't try? The unold demon child smiled. Then bring it on. Gu Fei stared at the unold demon child, who was walking towards him step by step. Chaotic aura surged around his body, and 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on his body, activating the powerful Tao power of a Saint King. You actually cultivate the great Tao of chaos. The unold demon child said. Your great Tao of water is not bad either. Gu Fei said. There were 3,000 great Taos, and all of them could become saints. However, there were not many people who could truly cultivate a great Tao to the extreme level. Take this. The unaging demon child flipped his right hand, and a large, blue seal immediately appeared in his hand. An extremely powerful undulation of water elemental energy was emitted from the seal, and the silhouette of a black tortoise could be vaguely seen on the seal. The black tortoise seal. Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he saw the seal in the unold demon child's hand. You have a good eye. The unold demon child did not deny it. It really is the black tortoise seal. Gu Fei was shocked again. The black tortoise seal was a sacred item that was famous even in ancient times. Legend had it that it was an emperor-level saint weapon refined by the black tortoise, a demonic emperor. A demonic emperor was not just an ordinary emperor, but an invincible existence that could contend with a human emperor. Apart from supremes, the only existences that were stronger than saints were the invincible existences at the ultimate emperor level. The imperial path was also a type of extreme Tao, a type of extreme power. Therefore, existences like human emperors were usually referred to as ultimate emperor-level existences in the distant past. The black tortoise seal was just an abbreviation. The real name of the black tortoise seal should be the ultimate emperor black tortoise seal. Gu Fei did not say anything else. He flipped his right hand, and a bronze mace appeared in his hand. This was a bronze mace that was covered in a coppery green color. An incomparably ancient aura emanated from the bronze truncheon. The unold demon child was about to attack, but when he saw the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand, he could not help but stop and stare at the bronze mace in Gu Fei's hand. An emperor-level weapon. The unold demon child's eyes shone brightly. Although the bronze mace in his opponent's hand was restrained, he could still sense an obscure emperor-level power from it. Only an invincible ultimate emperor realm expert could cultivate ultimate emperor-level power. The human emperor was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Come on. As he spoke, Gu Fei directly waved the bronze mace in his hand and smashed it towards the unold demon child. Seeing Gu Fei attack with the emperor-level weapon, even a saint venerable of the demon clan like the unold demon child could not help but change his expression. It should be known that even a saint venerable of the demon clan would be killed by this bronze mace. The unold demon child did not dare to be negligent. He immediately took out the black tortoise seal. A blue black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the black tortoise seal and met the incoming bronze mace. Bzzz. The bronze mace and the black tortoise shadow collided. The void let out a deafening sound, and the entire void began to tremble like water waves. At that moment, Jiu Fei only felt a strong force coming from the bronze mace, and he could not help but fly backwards. Boom. Chapter 2381. The clash between the Renhuang weapon and the black tortoise seal seemed to be evenly matched, but Jiu Fei knew very well that his opponent's cultivation level was much higher than his. Even with the Emperor Divine Mace, he was not his opponent's opponent unless he could improve his cultivation level and break through to the Saint Emperor realm. However, Jiu Fei could not break through to the Saint Emperor realm at this point in time. If it weren't for the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, you wouldn't even have the right to fight me. The unold monster child was very aggressive. He held the black tortoise seal in his hand and pressed towards Jiu Fei. With every step he took, runes appeared under his feet. The ground shrank to an inch. Is that so? Jiu Fei did not care. Although the saint venerables of the monster race were powerful, his chaotic martial body was not to be trifled with. Even without the protection of the cauldron of mountains and rivers, it would not be easy for the unold monster child to kill him. Submitting to me is a great fortune for you. The unold monster child pressed forward. A figure appeared around the seal in his right hand, and an extremely powerful ultimate emperor power was awakening on the seal. Submitting to me is also a great fortune for you. Jiu Fei said tit for tat. You don't know what's good for you. The unold monster child shook his head. His expression darkened, and an extremely dangerous aura emanated from his body. Buzz. The black tortoise seal in the unold monster child's hand vibrated. An ultimate emperor power rushed out of the seal, turning into several heavenly swords that slashed towards Jiu Fei. Jiu Fei swung the bronze mace in his hand, directly smashing the blue sword light. Afterwards, his right hand that held the Emperor Divine Mace trembled slightly. The ultimate Emperor power had almost knocked the Emperor Divine Mace out of his hand. Die! The unold monster child roared. The black tortoise seal in his hand immediately flew into the air, turning into a huge seal that was as large as a mountain, pressing down on Jiu Fei. Streaks of ultimate Emperor nomological laws surged out of the seal, then began to descend downwards. Powerful ultimate Emperor nomological laws sealed off the surrounding space. Roar! Jiu Fei roared, and then he waved the Emperor Divine Mace in his hand and smashed it upward. As if it had been stimulated by the power of the black tortoise seal, profound ultimate Emperor Dao patterns began to appear on the mortal Emperor Divine Mace, and a powerful wave of ultimate Emperor power began to radiate from the mortal Emperor Divine Mace. Buzz! The human Emperor Divine Mace vibrated, and a golden light spread out from it, blocking the black tortoise seal that was pressing down from the sky. A mountain-like pressure came crashing down from above, almost suffocating Jiu Fei. The sound of his bones vibrating could be heard from all over his body. The power of the chaotic martial body was released. Rumble, the void trembled, the black tortoise seal was as heavy as 100,000 mountains, yet it was still slowly descending. The incomparably hard rock beneath Jiu Fei's feet was actually shattered by his stomp. One could well imagine how powerful the seal was. Preposterous. Jiu Fei resisted with all his might, but he had to admit that his opponent's cultivation was obvious. It was obvious that he was bullying the weak. The unold demon child wanted to completely suppress Jiu Fei with the cultivation of a holy venerate. If we were at the same level, killing you would be a piece of cake. Jiu Fei gritted his teeth and said, I have to say that you are very amazing, but unfortunately, you met me. The unold demon child laughed. Do you really think that you can defeat me? Jiu Fei gritted his teeth and said. As the black tortoise seal continued to press down, he was under such immense pressure that he could not even straighten his back. Buzz! Jiu Fei directly activated the power of the mountain and river cauldron, and the shadow of a huge cauldron appeared on his body. Then, the unold demon child's black tortoise seal flew up. The mountain and river cauldron again. The unold demon child was incomparably shocked. An extreme path saint artifact refined by an extreme path sovereign was actually this powerful. It was truly a surprise to him. I'll let you have some fun with my clone. With a thought, Gu Fei directly opened up his inner world and released his celestial venerate body. A powerful celestial venerate aura filled the sky and earth. You also have a battle pet. The unold demon child was really shocked. What really made the unold demon child uneasy was that his opponent's body was actually an celestial venerate. Kill. As soon as Gu Fei's celestial venerate body appeared, it immediately took over the Emperor's divine mace from Gu Fei's hand and pressed towards the unold demon child. The powerful celestial venerate power shook the sky and earth. While Gu Fei and the unold demon child were fighting, the ancient bronze coffin on heaven's horizon was constantly devouring the power that was emitted. An extremely obscure wave began to spread from the ancient bronze coffin. Gu Fei's celestial venerate body held the Emperor's divine mace and confronted the unold demon child. Boom! At that moment, a loud noise was heard and the void shattered. The Blackwater mystical snake that Gu Fei's indestructible martial body had kept in the five elements battle domain rushed out. When the Blackwater mystical snake charged out, a figure walked out of the seemingly illusory void and attacked the Blackwater mystical snake. The power of the five elements surged on his fist. Although the Blackwater mystical snake had become the unold demon child's battle pet, it still had its own consciousness. To a certain extent, the Blackwater mystical snake was still a creature with its own thoughts even though it had become the unold demon child's battle pet. In other words, the unold demon child's battle pet wasn't its puppet. Boom! The Blackwater mystical snake was once again sent flying by the indestructible martial body. The place where it was hit was a bloody mess. Your battle pet isn't that great. Gu Fei couldn't help but be pleased with the scene. Very good. The unold demon child's eyes lit up as he spoke. The Scarlet Cheline and the three-headed dragon emperor attacked the indestructible martial body at the same time. The three of you won't be enough. Gu Fei's voice was heard. Then, as Gu Fei had expected, Gu Fei's indestructible martial body was still able to deal with the three powerful battle pets at the same time. Bang! The Scarlet Cheline's claw slapped the indestructible martial body's shoulder and tore off a piece of flesh. Chapter 2382. Gu Fei's indestructible body was extremely powerful. With a sweep of his leg, the Scarlet Cheline's head exploded. The headless Scarlet Cheline was flung thousands of meters away. However, such an attack couldn't possibly kill the Scarlet Cheline. After all, the Scarlet Cheline was a powerful saint-level existence. Soon, the Scarlet Cheline's head regenerated. Its demonic aura was still as strong as ever. Its vitality wasn't harmed at all. The injuries on Gu Fei's indestructible body also healed in an instant. The indestructible body contained an immortal divinity that could be said to be indestructible. Even if it was blasted to smithereens, it could still recover in an instant. Roar! At this moment, the three-headed dragon emperor let out an angry roar, and all three of its heads spewed out demonic flames at the same time, burning towards Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique. Within the demonic flames, faint demonic runes could be seen. This was a type of great Tao demonic fire. Even a sage would be burned to ashes by it. However, Gu Fei's indestructible battle body completely ignored the Great Path demonic flames. He charged straight into the demonic flames, passed through them, and threw a punch at the three-headed dragon emperor. The Great Tao divine runes appeared on the indestructible body's body. The Great Tao demonic fire couldn't burn it at all. Boom! The void trembled. Gu Fei's indestructible battle physique displayed the profundity of the five elemental fist. His fist seemed to contain the evolution of the five elemental heavens and earth, as if a single fist could crush everything. Without any suspense, the three-headed dragon emperor was sent flying by the indestructible body's punch. It coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. All of you, come in. The indestructible body roared and used the five elements battle domain again. A terrifying black hole appeared around him, pulling the Blackwater mystical snake, the Scarlet Cheline, and the three-headed dragon emperor into it at the same time. At this time, Ji Fei's immortal sovereign and the unaging demon child had also made their moves. Buzz. The mortal emperor divine mace vibrated in the celestial sovereign's hand as the power of the ultimate emperor realm awakened within it. At this moment, the rusty mortal emperor divine mace seemed different from before. 9 supreme emperor patterns appeared on the Renhuang divine mace, and a wisp of Renhuang might appeared between heaven and earth. The celestial lord's Taoist body attacked directly. It was a simple and direct move, smashing the mace towards the unaging demon child. The entire world shook as the mace was smashed. Humph! The unaging demon child sneered, then directly took out the black tortoise seal in his hand. A black tortoise shadow immediately rushed out from the seal. Rumble! The heavens and earth trembled. Beneath the gigantic black tortoise's shadow was a pitch-black, boundless ocean. The raging waves surged high into the sky. An extremely powerful water Dao energy spread out from the black tortoise seal, and it evolved into an extremely shocking scene. The ancient black tortoise came out of the water, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The two ultimate emperor realm powers collided, and a powerful shockwave swept out in all directions, forcing Ji Fei to retreat into the distance. The ultimate emperor realm power was simply too powerful. Even a wisp of it was enough to crush a mountain range, and even a sage would have to retreat before it. The entire blood-colored cliff trembled. The ultimate emperor realm power shook the heavens and the earth, and even the celestial cliffs were affected. A rain of blood began to fall from the sky. The ancient bronze coffin continued to devour all of the power from the top of the celestial cliffs. It was like a bottomless black hole that could even devour ultimate emperor realm power. At this moment, neither Ji Fei nor the unaging demon child had the time to care about the ancient bronze coffin. Ji Fei's celestial sovereign's Taoist body swung down with the emperor divine mace, colliding with the black tortoise shadow. The two ultimate emperor realm powers collided head-on, and in that instant, the void was completely destroyed. The immortal sovereign's Dao body and the unaging demon child were both sent flying backwards. Two waves of ultimate emperor realm power intertwined, and a large, chaotic hole appeared between them. As the power of the ultimate emperor realm surged out in all directions, the black hole began to grow larger and larger. In the end, it took up half of the sky. It was just a single strike, but the chaotic chi was released. This kind of power shocked Ji Fei and the unaging demon child to the extreme. The power of the supreme emperor divine weapon was too shocking. I've underestimated you. The unaging demon child halted his retreat and stood in the void, staring at the celestial sovereign's body across from the black hole as he spoke. I didn't underestimate you. Ji Fei's celestial prime body said. There's no point in fighting like this. How about we stop? He knew that his opponent had the Renhuang divine mace. Even if he mastered the Xian Wu seal, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. I won't fight just because you said so. Ji Fei's celestial prime Taoist body said coldly. If you want to fight, then I'll accompany you. The unaging demon child said. Then what's the point of wasting your breath? Ji Fei's celestial prime Taoist body attacked again. 9 divine runes of the immortal path appeared on his body. In an instant, his aura increased several times. Powerful waves of power spread out from the immortal venerable's body of Dao, causing the void around him to constantly collapse and repair itself. Such a strange scene appeared. The unaging demon child seemed to have thought of something and was shocked. Boom! A surge of immortal Dao energy erupted. In an instant, Ji Fei's immortal sovereign body disappeared completely. Even that powerful aura that caused one's heart to palpitate disappeared. Oh no! The unaging demon child did not even think about it. He activated the Xian Wu seal in his hand. A water-blue divine light that looked like waves of water shone from the Xian Wu seal, enveloping the surroundings. At that moment, a figure appeared above the unaging demon child's head and smashed down with the mace. BZZZ. The two waves of ultimate emperor realm power clashed once again, and the resulting shockwaves caused the entire sky above the heavens horizon to ripple like water. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions. The ultimate emperor powers were so vast that even Gu Fei's indestructible battle body had to retract his 5 elements battle domain and retreat. The 3-headed dragon emperor and the others were horrified by the ultimate emperor powers and fled for their lives. This was ultimate emperor powers. Even saint sovereigns would be destroyed in body and soul, let alone saint beasts. The 3-headed dragon emperor and the others did not want to die. However, the mysterious ancient bronze coffin on the heavens horizon continued to devour the ultimate emperor realm energy, and some of the inscriptions on the coffin began to glow with a dark light. The demonic aura emanating from the ancient bronze coffin became even stronger. What's going on? Gu Fei couldn't help but feel uneasy when he sensed the changes in the coffin. The fact that the coffin could devour even ultimate emperor powers shocked Gu Fei to no end. After all, ultimate emperor realm cultivators were peerless existences that could compete with extreme Dao sovereigns. Could the primal chaos demon ancestor be buried in the coffin? Demons born from heaven and earth were called demon ancestors. Because they were born from heaven and earth, these demon ancestors were incomparably powerful when they were born. However, the truly invincible demon ancestor was the primal chaos demon ancestor, who had been born from the boundless primordial chaos. Only the primal chaos demon ancestor could shake the heavens and earth and compete with supremes. Kill. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign body wielded the human sovereign's divine armament and began to battle the unaging demon child. His ultimate emperor powers caused chaotic black holes to appear in the sky. The 2 saint sovereigns shot into the sky from the cliffs and into outer space. The unaging demon child reached out with his right hand and directly used his great magic power to summon a star towards Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Dao body. Boom! There was a loud noise as the immortal sovereign body smashed the star with the mace. It rushed over and instantly appeared in front of the unaging demon child, smashing the mace down on the unaging demon child's head. Overturn the heavens and seas. The unaging demon child roared angrily as the image of a massive black tortoise surged out of its body. Ultimate Emperor realm power exploded forth as a mountainous black tortoise tumbled about in the boundless Black Sea. The power of the black tortoise seal burst forth like a real black tortoise in the sea. The powerful great path of water blocked the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace. Tenfold ascension power. The immortal sovereign used the ascension secret technique. Its aura instantly soared to a level that made everyone's hearts palpitate. The immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace broke through the power of the black tortoise seal and smashed into the black tortoise's shadow in the boundless sea. Boom! The shadow of the black tortoise was smashed into pieces by the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace. The unaging demon child suffered a great impact and was sent flying while coughing up blood. The 9 secrets of the immortal path. The unaging demon child was both shocked and angry. Its right hand, which was holding the black tortoise seal, was already drenched in blood. White bones were even visible in some places. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace smashed the black tortoise seal. The tenfold ascension power almost knocked the black tortoise seal out of the unaging demon child's hand. 3 pure ones. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace used the 9 secrets of the immortal path. 3 streams of clear air rushed out of the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace's head, turning into 3 clones that charged at the unaging demon child. Every single Dao body seemed as if it possessed the strength of its true body, and it actually forced the unold demon child to retreat ceaselessly and be flustered. The 3 clones kept the unaging demon child busy, while the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace soared into the sky and used the most mysterious secret of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the secret of nothing. The power of the secret of nothing spread out and shrouded the world. An unfathomable power turned everything in the world into nothingness. At this moment, the unaging demon child had already used the black tortoise seal to return the 3 pure Daoist clones that the celestial sovereign had conjured. The 3 streams of clear energy flew back to Gu Fei's celestial sovereign Daoist clone and entered his body. When the unaging demon child broke the immortal sovereign's divine emperor mace's 3 pure ones secret technique, the power of the secret of nothing descended and enveloped half of the unaging demon child's body. Raw. Chapter 2383. The 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were the 9 secret arts created by the supreme Tao ancestor. In ancient times, they were known as the 9 undefeatable secret arts. From this, one could imagine how heaven-defying the power of these 9 secret techniques was. The unaging demon child's body was definitely comparable to a heavenly venerable weapon refined by a heavenly venerable. It was extremely powerful, but the moment half of the unaging demon child's body was enveloped by the power of the word Wu, that half of his body was immediately melted. The power of the secret word void was truly heaven-defying. Even a saint's treasure would be turned into nothingness after being enveloped by its power, and even a monster sovereign's body would be melted. Roar. The unaging monster child roared furiously. He was on the verge of going berserk. That half of his body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. 9 demonic runes emerged, and the terrifying power of a monster sovereign shook the world. Terrifying black fissures appeared in the space around the ageless monster child. It was as if this part of the world could not contain his monster sovereign's true form. Rumble. The void trembled as demonic runes interwove on the unaging monster child's wounded body. The half of his body that had been melted by the secret word void rapidly regenerated. However, the unaging monster child knew that the terrifying power that could melt all things in the world had already damaged his vitality. What secret art is this? Is it also one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? In just a few breaths, the half of the unaging monster child's body that had been melted by the secret word void regenerated and recovered. The secret word void was the most mysterious and inconceivable of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Since ancient times, those who had seen this secret had all died. Celestial Emperor Zi Yang should be the only successor of the secret word void, the 9th disciple of the supreme Tao ancestor. This was the only explanation that could explain why Celestial Emperor Zi Yang knew the 9th secret. Why should I tell you? Ji Fei's immortal sovereign body spoke and attacked again. The power of the secret word void surged out from his hands and enveloped the void. This time, the unaging demonic child was prepared. He immediately retreated and activated the black tortoise seal. A black sea appeared around the unaging demonic child. The image of a massive Xuanwu tortoise appeared in the depths of the Black Sea, and a wave of ultimate Emperor realm power began to gather in that part of the Black Sea, ready to explode at any moment. The power of the Wu character surged forth, but this time, it was blocked by the wisp of ultimate Emperor realm power that emanated from the black tortoise seal. Your secret technique can only injure me once. The unold demon child said coldly. The seal of the black tortoise was a demonic artifact of the ultimate Emperor realm. Even the Wu secret art would not be able to dissolve the power of the black tortoise, unless a human emperor used this secret art. Really? As Ji Fei's Celestial Prime's Taoist body spoke, he directly activated the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand, broke through the layers of Xuanwu power, and pressed towards the unaging demon child in the Black Sea. Just as Ji Fei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child attacked with all their might, the ancient bronze coffin on the cliff crazily devoured the power of the black tortoise seal and the human sovereign divine weapon. Rumble, the ancient bronze coffin finally shook, and a layer of black chi appeared on the surface of the coffin. The demonic power gradually grew stronger, causing the 3 Saint Emperors' hearts to palpitate. Mitch, if you keep fighting, the thing in the coffin will come out, the unaging demon child suddenly said. Don't you want to know what's in the coffin? Keep going, the unaging demon child suddenly said. He did not want to stop. Ji Fei's celestial venerable said. He did not want to stop. He used all his strength to activate the human sovereign divine weapon in his hand and fought against the unaging demon child. The void was constantly destroyed. However, the strange thing was that the blood-colored cliff was able to resist the power of the ultimate Emperor realm. It was not damaged, and it continued to devour the power. High up in the sky, Ji Fei stared at the ancient bronze coffin in the distance. He felt a little uneasy, as if the Chaos Demon ancestor really was buried in the coffin. At this time, the demonic chi lingered on the ancient bronze coffin. The Tao patterns on the coffin lit up, activating the power of the great Tao. It was barely able to suppress the coffin. It seemed that someone had used a great spell to seal something inside the coffin. However, The thing inside the coffin was constantly devouring the power of the ultimate emperor realm. The seal on the coffin would not last much longer. Ji Yufei's indestructible war form retreated and stood guard beside Ji Yufei. The three saint emperors also retreated far away, not daring to go near the ancient bronze coffin. If the unaging demon child was not fighting with Ji Yufei's celestial venerable body, the three saint emperors would have fled as far as they could. The demonic nature of the chaos demon ancestor was something that even the saint emperors could not resist. They showed signs of being demonized. The demonic nature pervaded everywhere and affected their Tao hearts. Even Ji Yufei felt restless under the influence of the demonic nature emitted from the ancient bronze coffin, which made him feel even more uneasy. Kill. Ji Yufei's celestial venerable body fought fiercely with the unaging demon child. The Ascension secret technique caused the celestial venerable body's battle power to soar, forcing the unaging demon child to retreat continuously. An extremely powerful ultimate emperor realm power spread out from the Renhuang divine weapon in the celestial venerable body's hand, sweeping in all directions. The Xianwu seal in the unaging demon child's hand seemed to be stimulated by the Renhuang divine weapon and showed signs of awakening. The black sea around the unaging demon child never dissipated. The two ultimate emperor realm powers clashed. The destructive power spread out, but it was completely devoured by the ancient bronze coffin. Boom! Finally, there was a loud noise. The ancient bronze coffin that had devoured the boundless power suddenly exploded. The seal on the ancient bronze coffin could no longer suppress the thing inside. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and the earth. Monstrous demonic aura swept out, enveloping the entire world. The blood-colored cliff instantly turned into night. This is, Ji Yufei was shocked. Under the protection of the indestructible body, he quickly retreated into the distance. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient cauldron appeared on his body. He had to use the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers to protect himself and resist the terrifying demonic aura that erupted. At this time, Ji Yufei's celestial venerable body and the unaging demon child were still fighting, with no intention of stopping. Rumble! The void shook violently. The celestial venerable body attacked with all its strength. The power of the secret word No spread out, turning a large amount of demonic chi into nothingness. A large hole was torn open in the boundless demonic chi. Starlight shone through the hole in the sky. The unaging demon child also attacked. The power of the Xian Wu burst out. With him as the center, the demonic chi within a 10-mile radius was directly dispersed by the power of the Xian Wu.